They don't think it through. It's not that they're idiots.
No.
It's that their brains
They
aren't.
lack common
Thank God, but they
sense.
do have enough sense to be presidents.
This one's dry again,
See,
but it's probably good halfway now.
this is the way I do it. Just so you know, I lift it up and feel how heavy it is.
Yeah.
It's not dry again. It's really full of water.
Oh yeah. Okay. Good point. That's a good measure.
And this one's going to open tomorrow morning. These three.
Yep.
Are gonna open. Four. But at least one will open tomorrow, maybe more. This plan's just been amazing.
The hibiscus, Mahoney's.
Yeah, we had one really bad one, if you'll recall, that wouldn't go. Who is it?
Well, she just kind of waved as she was right there.
Try. You know who it is. It's
Oh, it's
what's his fucking name?
and her name. They have the kids that were here.
Right.
Lisa
Adam.
and Lisa. What a good team for two old.
This one also finished.
On what?
On the ring.
You know, he's a smart boater.
What? He's coming in.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I'm good. I'm glad I got a good amount done today. I can definitely finish up.
I'll take a look at our.
Oh yeah, it's getting dark.
Look at what I did.
What?
The organization. The organization of all the spices.
Oh,
I got everything.
great.
I threw away bad stuff, combined.
Oh, you did?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, good.
Right.
Thanks.
Well, I need the space to work.
Okay, Google, are napkins on the shopping list?
I already got you napkins
Oh.
today.
Oh.
They were in one of the bags that you put downstairs.
Oh, okay. So napkins are on your shopping list.
That's all you said. I'm taking that.
Yeah, I just haven't unpacked that. Make sure I can unpack it. Oh my god.
Hold on, please.
I mean, it's been darker, but on the north side.
6. The next half hour, we're gonna get it.
The rods are all set.
Everything's. What do you mean the rods?
Well, the rod at the stern,
What do you mean by
Oh.
all set?
the radio.
The camera?
Yeah.
It's just a pleasure having you around. The rods are all set? What, because they can't get wet?
No, but they're secure.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
always.
Yeah, but I mean,
You
you're
don't-
comfortable with the rods.
Let
where
me just
they
say
are.
that take the rods off your list of things to check, okay? There's no need to worry about. I know you are, but you just sounded silly when you called the camera a radio and asked about the rods.
No, it was just the first thing that came up.
I know. Is that radio all right? It's FiWi, right? It's Wi-Fi? Is that a Wi-Fi radio? Has it got Bluetooth?
I'm not that
Yeah, you
limited in my knowledge.
are. Of what?
My vocabulary.
What's the difference between Wi-Fi
No,
and
I
Bluetooth?
meant vocabulary.
Yeah. You mean you know the difference? I know the difference between a radio and a camera, Bruce. I just missed it in this particular instance. So how about you smoke a marijuana tobacco thing with me instead of a schmear? And then if you want a schmear, you may have one. But if you want a schmear, I'll be glad to give it.
No, that's fine. I'll try that.
I'm not trying to force you. Next 20 minutes, it's out of here in 20 minutes. You understand my concern. It's not that stuff in the fly bridge is going to get ruined because it's marine stuff.
Yeah.
But my concern is that water's going to get in there and seep down here.
Yeah.
That's why I sealed it up. Okay.
Honestly,
Here's my helicopter.
honestly, I didn't
Think about that.
think that.
That's what it's about.
What I was thinking about is extra protection for the marine systems, which are marine systems.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about the radio getting wet or the compass getting wet or
Yeah.
or but there is electrical stuff there that I don't want to get wet. But more importantly, I don't want it to get
So.
right. It's all covered. But I don't want it to get. At least it's covered for now until the wind starts to blow and it gets ripped off.
I'm just gonna go. No, just is the temperature cooled at all?
No.
I'm kind of surprised they've got choppers in the air with big thunderstorms coming. It doesn't.
Let's see what whose chopper it is. What color is it?
Although he's flying out
What
of it.
color is it?
It's a big one. I didn't really see the color.
Is it
was
black
dark.
or red?
It was more dark, which means it could be the military.
It could be, or the police. It's not the Coast Guard. Patty, what are you doing?
Just looking. How close I have.
What were you doing?
I was
What
just
were you looking at? What were you
Nothing.
looking- You were looking at the canvas.
I really wasn't. I was just looking out there.
Oh, okay.
Why?
No, I thought there was something wrong with the canvas and you were wondering.
No.
I think
And I was admiring
we're about to
the
get
teak.
We're about to get the sequence back.
Oh. Oh my God!
What?
There's a person on a small hard volume inflatable.
On a what?
Small hard volume inflatable
Going which way?
heading up.
And maybe they're going back to their marina before the rain.
Probably.
One can hope. it goes. First landing.
Lightning?
Yeah.
We heard
Thunder.
thunder, yeah.
It's certainly over before 7. I'm gonna call Mark. See how he's doing.
Oh, I think I forgot. I texted him late morning. He said he was doing better, was just getting some sleep.
Okay.
Yeah, that was about 11:30. I'm sure he'd be happy to hear. Okay.
Hello?
How are you, brother?
Alright.
Doesn't sound like you're terrific, but it sounds like you're alive.
Feeling a little better.
Good. Did you get a diagnosis, Mark, and a treatment?
Yeah, I got a freaking cyst on my esophagus.
Okay. And what do they want to do about it?
Well, they gave me the antibiotics right now to try to
Yep.
make it go down.
Yep. They're really annoying. And it's scary, huh?
Yeah, they don't go away, they just keep coming back.
Have you had them before?
Yeah.
So what are they? They're gonna just keep treating it with antibiotics.
Yeah, I just gotta keep taking the medicine.
It's from the reflux.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's just connected to the same ulcers and stuff.
Well, listen. Remember what I said. If you need me, you call, because then I'll hear it. Okay. Any special food and stuff like that?
No, she didn't really say anything. She just said watch out for like things that are too spicy.
Yep.
And like stay away from things that are like it's like real like it's acidity or whatever.
Yeah, like grapefruit juice and shit like that.
Yeah, all that type of stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you look it up and figure out that you need some stuff that would taste good for you and be good for you, let me know. And the next time I go to Market Basket, I'll pick it up. All right. When just let me know, okay? I just want you to know, cross your fingers, because the canvas is off the front of my boat right now,
Okay.
and it looks like we're getting a thunderstorm in the next few minutes. But I tarped it up, and everything's good. It's gonna be fine. And I get the new ones back tomorrow. I'm happy to say.
I'm just gonna ask you when's the ETA on the new ones.
They're gonna be here tomorrow, but I got lots of people to help me, Mark. You don't have to worry about it, all right? I mean, none of them are as much fun to work with as you, but on the other hand, it's so funny. You know what it's like down here. You ask somebody for advice, and the next thing you know, they're doing it for you. I feel like Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn. Okay. I said to Jeff, I said, I got that little hole in the stern of my canvas. What would you do? And he said, I'd take out my sewing machine and sew you a patch. I said, oh, that sounds good. Anyway, and the camera is going to work out great. I'm dry running it. I need to get a new mount for the front of the boat that's going to work with it, but it's just really good. It's fun. I could actually put it on your boat, and you could point it at those guys you know, that are fishing, and it would work.
Yeah.
It would broadcast.
Does he have a
You got everything you need for now?
Yeah, I'm alright. I'll be alright. I'm gonna.
does he
I gotta go back into work tomorrow and stuff. So
Well,
I'll be
just
alright.
yeah. I mean, listen. The thing is that isn't going to make it worse. It's just a question of how do you feel. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
And
I
you
know.
gotta have plenty of water, dude. Okay, and come by over here for you know sodas after it rains, or if you need anything, let me know. Okay.
Okay. Alright.
All right.
Love you.
Love
I'm
you.
eavesdropping, but
She's not eavesdropping. She's talking and listening.
I'll never say thanks for walking the water though. I really appreciate it.
do you need any more tonight after the rain stops?
No, I'll be okay tonight. I'll make it through tomorrow. I still got Tim brought me down a couple Gatorades, so I'll be alright.
That's good.
Okay. I'll check in with you in the morning. Okay. Or if you
Okay.
need anything, let
Yep.
me know.
Yeah, or if you want anything, okay. If you need anything, let Patty know. If you want anything, let me know. Okay.
Whatever.
That makes me the good uncle. You know, I'm like the. Just cross your fingers that this storm doesn't get
Yeah,
out.
I know. I can hear the thunder coming out.
Yeah, I think it's over. It looks like it's over quick. I'm looking at the radar. Looks like it's like between now and 6:30 at the most. So, fingers crossed.
Alright.
All right.
Love you.
Watch out for lightning, brother.
Alright, guys. Okay.
You got a big sailboat near you?
No, actually, all going.
Well, here's the good news. You're next to a big fucking bridge, so it's probably going to get.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry. You're not the target.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, I'll talk to you.
Alright. Okay.
Bye, honey.
Alright.
You heard me. I said, if you need something, call Patty. If you want something, call me. Here. And I'll roll you whatever you want. It's getting dark. It's going to open up. Or it's going to miss us.
Hey.
Yes, what? Hey, what?
I watched about 20 minutes of J.D. Vance's press conference.
Yeah.
And well, I was I was surprisingly surprised at how well he handled himself.
Yeah,
I haven't seen
I mean,
him
remember,
quote-
you're used to fucking Trump.
can't
It'll be
remember
over at
the last
6:15. We'll be out of it by 6:15.
I can't remember the last time or ever seeing him behind the podium.
Mhm.
He was very friendly to the press. He knew a lot of names, other
Yeah.
names. He said,
And he wants to beat Marco Rubio.
I want my cheat sheet. You know, I need to use my cheat sheet. Don't take it personally. And he
Yeah.
smiled. He was really
Good. Here it comes. That drops.
you know, Eddie's boat is coming close.
Eddie's boat is not going to get too close.
I know. I should have said closer.
I should call him just to see how he's doing. I should call Mike too.
Yeah, Mike doesn't come down. I think Mike comes down Memorial Day. It's like a tradition.
I don't recall that. I've seen him here before.
Oh, okay.
But you might be right. But Eddie should be down.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen it. squeezer.
Yeah, turn on some lights. So it's not so depressing.
I'm not depressed. I don't
You
know.
know what I mean.
Oh, I mean, the rains. So,
It's here. It's raining.
oh, yeah?
Yeah, look, right?
Yeah, right there. I think it smells so good.
What, honey?
No, the baby Kleenex just dropped. God, that Danville just
Really helps.
takes
20
care of
minutes.
my
Yeah. A couple of puffs of pot doesn't hurt. I'm gonna open up the box room.
Okay.
Keep me busy instead of sitting here. Turn on TV, Vic.
Oh.
What?
I don't know if we can do it, but the two dome lights
Yeah.
are basically their power's diminished
Which dome lights? Here it comes.
right at the stern.
Okay, I'll take a look. Oh, the puck lights. Are they dome?
No, they're not the pucks. They're the domes, like
What?
this one,
We'll figure it out.
without that cover.
We'll figure it out.
Okay. There it is.
The fact that, just look, listen to me.
Ooh.
Okay.
You see that the cruise boat is out?
Yeah. The fact that the rain is pouring down on the right side.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Where's
I
that?
can't do anything.
Oh,
It's too late for
could
you.
be trouble.
No.
Not trouble. It could
It's,
be.
if it was going the other way, see how there's not a lot of rain on the windshield, on the front,
Yeah.
the front. That's very good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that is good. Oh, it's stormy.
Mhm.
I said, wow, it's stormy.
Wow.
I think I'm upset.
Saying I can't do anything about it, so I might as well enjoy it.
centuries, over time, Jews are the canary in the coal mine. Hatred might start with anti-Semitism in the Jews, but it never ends there. And so, sadly, we have a lot of security. Our Capitol Police or FBI are on top of things. They're monitoring our social media, and of course, our young staff that has to listen to some of those really horrific voicemails. It's very difficult for them some days.
I'm really sorry you're going through that. It's awful. Thanks so much for being here, Senator. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Attention, Republican voters in Kentucky. President Trump wants you to kick Thomas Massie out of Congress, but is that what you want? The final minutes of voting in the Commonwealth of Kentucky are ticking down. In most of the Commonwealth, will this be a long night? CNN's John King is headed over to the Magic Wall. We're headed this way next.
You're my boy, John.
Look at here.
Craig
See
Ferguson,
that little orange
American
thing
on
right there?
Purpose. May 30th
Yeah.
on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
United Healthcare knows you've got your whole life ahead of you.
You hear things up?
Whatever comes next, you can count on United Healthcare to be there with reliable Medicare coverage. Zepbound, watch this. Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off. Watch this. And data shows that people taking Zepbound lost up to 48 pounds. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take if allergic to it or if you or someone in your family had MTC or MEN2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side
Hey,
effects
the other
include
clips are
brain
still holding
injuries or
too.
gallbladder problems.
Oh,
Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes before scheduled procedures with
Look.
anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems. Ask your doctor about Zepbound. Zepbound, watch this.
Yeah, I just want to hope that will get it.
Steve, John, they say with Lavazza, you'll become a maestro. Maestro of coffee.
Enjoy the pleasure of a masterfully crafted coffee and feel like an Italian barista with Lavazza.
Weight doesn't seem to be a big issue.
Everything is on sale at Sleep Number.
Does that make
Our
sense
new
to you?
beds,
Yeah, it's not really
everything
really
cooling
windy.
and
No.
acre. Right now, during our Memorial Day event, save up to $1,200 on mattresses. Plus, get free delivery with most mattresses when you add a base. Only at Sleep Number. This May, Renewal
Hey,
by
before you
Anderson
start
wants to give
to,
you a
Take
huge
care
win.
of the lobster.
You can have our award-winning windows and doors right now, and you don't have to pay us a dime for 2 years. You can try to pay us during the first 2 years, but we don't want it. Really, we don't want it. Save it, spend it, go buy a pony, whatever you want to do. And of all the things you can do for your home, going with us is one of the best decisions you can make. Why? Because choosing Renewal by Anderson to replace your windows and doors makes your home worth more. 3 out of 4 real estate agents surveyed agree. Anderson products increase a home's value by at least 10%. Do the math. I think you're going to be happy. And when you're ready to sell your home, it's possible that your new windows and doors could help pay for themselves by increasing the value of your home. Here at Renewal by Anderson, we
Whoa,
value
camera just
homegrown
Turned
talent.
upside down.
Your local
Look at it.
design consultants, measure technicians, certified master installers, and customer
Okay.
service team are all
That's
going
all
to
right. It's
give
not
you
going
the
anywhere.
best home improvement experience you've ever had. And wait until you see our exclusive ensemble entry door systems. These are premium, custom-built entry doors that were designed for beauty and security. You're not going to find this door at a big box store. Oh yeah, and one more thing, no other window company is going to do the whole project, soup to nuts, with the nation's best warranty. And you don't pay us a dime until May of 2028. Call before May 31st, 1-800-501-1400. That's 1-800-501-1400.
Here it comes.
You would stop this?
Even had a few screws left over.
Ask you a question.
Hey,
Is it accepted with my intention?
Whatever.
Important is not worth
Just ask.
compromising. That's why with farmers, you get quality and savings.
I think Mark is getting specialized care he
He's
needs
getting
for
everything that
EMC.
he, yes.
Okay, good.
He's at Mass
Sweet
General.
election music. Welcome to the lead. I'm Dick Tapper, live
He was at
on
Mass General,
ABC.
yes.
We're just down the street from the U.S.
Oh, yeah,
Capitol.
that's
Key
right.
races tonight will help decide which party has the power there for the second half of President Trump's second term. Voters casting their ballots today in 6 states: Kentucky, Georgia, Alabama, Pennsylvania, Idaho, and
Yeah.
Oregon. 4 states in the Commonwealth, really. With the first polls closing in just moments in one of tonight's key races, and that, of
Thank
course,
you,
is
Peter.
Kentucky, where President Trump is seeking to nail a Thomas Massey-sized pelt on his wall tonight in one of the most expensive primaries ever. Congressman Massey has repeatedly drawn the president's ire, pushing for the full release of the Epstein files, voting against key budget items, criticizing the Iran war, the alliance with Israel, and much more. Another marquee race we're watching tonight down in Georgia, where President Trump has not endorsed a candidate as Republicans decide who they want to challenge incumbent Democratic Senator John Ossoff. That race widely considered to be one of the GOP's top opportunities to pick up a seat in the U.S. Senate. And in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Republicans will pick their challenger to Democratic Governor Josh Shapiro, who is frequently mentioned in conversations about the presidential race of 2028. Pennsylvania also home to a number of key House races, including a primary in Philly between a Democratic Socialist and a more traditional Democrat. We're going to be following all the races across the country as the votes start to come in tonight after you, beautiful people, get to actually cast your ballots. CNN's John King is standing by at the Magic Wall. John, the first polls just now closing in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. What are you keeping a close eye on tonight?
Turnout in the suburbs and whether Thomas Massey can compete with Donald Trump in the rural parts of the district. Let's pull it up for you, Jake. Can you pull it out right here? This is Kentucky. It's gray because we have no votes yet. It's possible votes will come in right here during the conversation as the polls close. This is the 4th congressional district up here. Ed Gallerin is the Trump-endorsed candidate, former Navy SEAL, running against the Libertarian Republican Thomas Massey. Jake just laid out why. Trump's mad at him because of some of his votes, the Epstein file, and otherwise. If you look at the district, you see Louisville here. That's not the district, but there are suburbs right here. And this is Cincinnati, Ohio, just over the border. Covington is where the airport is. Cincinnati Airport. If you've ever flown into Cincinnati, you're actually landing in Kentucky. These are the more populous areas of the districts. The Cincinnati suburbs right up here. The Louisville suburbs, northeast of Louisville right here. Massey actually lives out here in Lewis County. It's a much more rural area. Trump got 83% of the vote in 2024. Donald Trump runs very, very, very strong in this district, especially out here in the rural areas. So, number one, Jake, where's the turnout come from? Number two, are the more upscale suburban Republicans here and here who vote for Trump in the general election, make no mistake about that, but might not like him and might actually respect their congressman for standing up or not. That's the big test here. We know what happened in Louisiana over the weekend. Senator Cassidy lost his job. We know what happened in Indiana a few weeks ago. At least 5 of the 7 state legislators Trump targeted lost their jobs in Republican primaries. So here it is tonight, the most expensive House primary in history, and we're waiting to see if Thomas Massey can be actually a survivor of this Trump, let's just call it what it is, a retribution tour.
All right, John Kay, we're going to keep checking in with you as the actual votes come in. Let's go now to CNN's Jeff Zeleny, who is in Kentucky at the watch party for the incumbent Republican congressman in Kentucky's
Jeff.
CD, Thomas Massey. Jeff, what's the mood tonight?
Well, Jake, the mood in one respect is a relief that this campaign is over. John was just talking there about the most expensive House primary ever. That is played out here on the ground in a fairly dramatic way. $32 million in television advertising alone, mailers and other things. Talking to several voters who are frankly sick of this. So there are some interesting potential fallouts that might happen from that. I talked to some voters who have been on the fence here, and they believe that Thomas Massey has been unfairly under attack by the president. Some other voters were basically informed by some of these television ads, and they are voting against Thomas Massey. So we will see how this plays out, Jake. When I was talking with the congressman last evening at his final campaign rally in the county John was just talking about, Lewis County, yes, it's Trump country, there's no doubt about it, but we talked to so many voters who like Donald Trump and are going to vote for Thomas Massey. So we will see. But he said that he does not believe that he belongs on this retribution list. He did not vote for the impeachment like Senator Bill Cassidy did. He said he votes for President Trump 90% of the time. But President Trump is focused on the sliver of votes that he does not vote with him on. The White House was intently focused on this all day long. We heard the president talking about this repeatedly. Of course, the Epstein files, leading the charge to release the Epstein files, really was the the final point that got the president so engaged in this race. But the reality is the White House has been focusing on Thomas Massie for more than a year, long before there was another candidate in this race. So yes, it feels like it's Thomas Massie versus Donald Trump, but the other candidate on the ballot is largely unknown here. He's a farmer and a former Navy SEAL, so voters are just learning about the challenger as well. So Jake, the bottom line here is this race does not impact the control of Congress, as we are watching so closely tonight, because a Republican is almost certain to win here in November. But what it does show is the loyalty in this party. Is there space, is there room for someone like Thomas Massie to disagree with the president? If the answer is no, it certainly sends a strong message to other Republicans across the country. Jake?
All right, Jeff
Yeah,
Zeleny.
you're gonna
Kentucky,
lose your
thanks so
primary
much.
or lose
The very
your
first
general.
votes are coming
You
in, and the
decide.
race is too early to call as of now. Let's talk about this and more with Amy Walter, publisher and editor-in-chief of the Cook Political Report. Amy, so good to see you. Thanks for being here. So Massie's race, yet another primary where the theme in so many ways is Trump's quest for vengeance. Massie voting against the president when it comes to the big beautiful bill, budget resolutions against Speaker Johnson, leading the charge on the Epstein files on the Republican side. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, if we follow historically what's happened, is about 70-80% of those who Trump decides to target end up losing. They're just a handful of Republicans who have won. In fact, Lisa Murkowski is one of the rare incumbent Republicans who voted for impeachment, has not been endorsed by Donald Trump, and was actually running against someone who was endorsed by Donald Trump and survived all of that, but because of the political system in Alaska, that is an all-party primary. So she could get Democrats and independents to
We're
vote
almost
for her.
done.
Thomas Massie can't.
You're
Cassie,
running the air.
Senator Cassidy could
Yeah.
not either. But
It's
the
almost
bigger
done.
question here is not just what it means for Massie, but what it means for other Republicans who are in
We might be out of it.
competitive
Maybe
districts
one more bump.
this fall.
Okay.
And the biggest challenge when you are running as the incumbent party and the president is up and the
Look, it's
president's
right behind
unpopular,
us.
is you've got to try to find ways to distance yourself from the
Couple
president.
of drops.
You don't necessarily have to say I voted against these things the president liked, but you want to show some independence.
Right, and he is super unpopular right now
And
among
he is
the
very-
electorate in
Among
general.
the electorate in general. And it makes it very hard for an individual Republican now to say, oh, don't worry, I will be a check on Donald Trump. I know you're mad at him. I can be that same check. Because voters are going to be like, well, no, all the people who were the checks on Donald Trump from your party, he went after and he is silencing them.
Right.
So it makes it more challenging.
This was, just turning to this specific race in Kentucky's 4th, this was the most expensive primary race in the history of the country. Massie reported more than $5 million in spending last quarter, Gallman about $2.6 million, but that's not why everybody's talking about the cost. They're talking about the $33 million spent in the race overall. When you look at outside groups that got involved, according to the firm Ad Impact, a lot of those groups, groups that support Israel, groups that support Trump, trying to oust Massie. Why such historical interest? I mean, he's just a congressman from Kentucky.
Right, there's one, right, he's one vote.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, with the House so closely divided, one vote matters a lot. But I think
But it's going to be a
We're saying-
Republican seat no matter what.
that's exactly right. But when you now get into a Congress that is basically mostly safe Republican and mostly safe Democratic seat,
Because of
who wins
gerrymandering.
because of all of that and our
Yeah.
partisan sorting and all of this? Who gets into a dark red or dark blue district matters more than ever. That's why you're seeing crypto groups and AI groups, APAC, others coming in primaries rather than spending all their money or waiting to spend their money until the fall because they know at the end of the day this seat is going to stay Republican. It doesn't really change the balance of power. But if we get someone in that seat who's going to be more willing to support us on AI or Israel, well, then that's a win.
Also in Kentucky, the former State Attorney General Daniel Cameron, who ran for governor against Andy Beshear, lost. He's running against Congressman Indy Barr to replace Senator Mitch McConnell as a Kentucky senator. Barr has been heavily touting the fact that he has the endorsement. Cameron is branding himself as an outsider. Do you think that Trump's coattails will be important there too?
Yeah, that is really important. And remember, Cameron is somebody who was once part of the Mitch McConnell universe,
Oh, yeah.
was seen as somebody who was going to be the heir apparent, which in another time, being seen as the heir apparent to Mitch McConnell might have been a really good thing in a Republican primary.
Yeah, but then Trump started calling him Old Crow. I mean,
and now being seen as the heir apparent is about as problematic as so I think Barr is certainly the favorite here, and the question now is once he comes into the Senate, because this is a likely pickup or a hold for Republicans. Democrats don't have much of a shot at flipping the seat. How does he behave as a United States senator endorsed by Donald Trump? What Donald Trump would assume is that because Barr has gotten his endorsement, he will perform the way that Donald Trump would.
I first met you in Philly back in 1992, and there are two races in Philly or the Philly suburbs that I'm watching, so I'm sure you are. One of them is in the race among Democrats to take on Congressman Fitzpatrick, who is one of the few Republicans who represents a district that Kamala Harris won, probably the most vulnerable Republican running for re-election, maybe, in the House. I think at least one of them. And the other one is the seat, an open seat in Philly itself, where the race is between a Democratic Socialist of America candidate and a more traditional.
That's right.
And a more traditional, I think he's the mayor's son, right? The former mayor's son, Sharif Street.
Yep.
What are you looking for in those races?
Look, this is also, fun fact, the most Democratic district in America, this Philadelphia.
The Philly district?
Yes.
Holy smokes.
So this is not going to change the makeup of...
but it's a big difference because it's a traditional Democrat versus like an AOC, which gets a lead Democrat.
That's right. And so as we think about the coalitions that form in 2027, this is one of those that tend to become really important, right? Which is this going to be somebody who's going to be going along with leadership on the Democratic side, or somebody who's going to be more likely to be part of the squad, or maybe derail some of the leadership's ideas? Unclear there. The other one I'm watching is the one in Bucks County. Now that is a very competitive district. This is one of those seats Democrats absolutely need to flip if they're going to win control of the House. Crowded primary. The leading Democrat has endorsements all across the board. Bernie Sanders to Governor Josh Shapiro.
Oh wow,
But
that's a wide
Republicans
swath.
it's a very wide swath. Republicans coming in with ads trying to derail him and lift up another Democrat. If they're successful, which I don't think they will be, if those Republican attempts are successful, that would be a very big blow to Democrats for the fall.
All right, fascinating stuff. Amy Walter, the best in the biz. Thanks so much. Much more of our election night coverage in moments, including what the White House is looking for tonight as President Trump tries to get revenge on yet another Republican who has gone against him. We're going to check in with CNN's Caitlin Collins at the White House next.
I'm not seeing any more radio.
Watch for primary election results all night tonight on CNN and
No, I mean
CNN
literal
app.
rain.
That name on your shirt, it means something. Because Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance to
I
save
love you.
people
We did pretty good.
hundreds. Yeah. Stop that.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
get out there. Play like it.
Again, Doug?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Sorry, Coach. Also, get your little buddy.
It's cooled it down a little bit too.
Only pay for what you need.
Yeah, I
Another
think we're out
clap
of
of
it.
thunder.
I think we're pretty much out of
Some
it.
thunder over there.
Yeah, it's moving off.
Your landscaping, flower beds, foundation, even your basement. That's why homeowners choose Leaf Guard, the only seamless one-use rainwater management system with a clog-free guarantee. Leaf Guard has earned the Good Housekeeping seal 20 years in a row and comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. And now be a great time to call during our ugly gutter sale. Trade in your old gutters. We'll even take them down, haul them away, and give you up to $500 for your old gutters for your Leaf Guard purchase. Zero down and payment starting at just $75 a month. And remember, Leaf Guard's attached to the fascia. It's not coming down. And you call right now, NY's gift for you, $100 Visa gift
I
card.
want to just
Call
I'm gonna have a drink in a few
1-800-392-7335.
just get through the next 15 minutes.
So,
I have
did you
to
realize? Oh, you're
What,
gonna
I
cut
realize
it.
what?
That it's extra
Yeah,
long.
they're
I have
all.
recommended
Oh,
Leaf Guard
okay.
to a couple
All right, so let's just cut it.
They're
Yeah,
very
that's what we
professional
have,
company.
even if we got a regular one, because it's a
They
tiny.
all right there on spot. With Leaf Guard's exclusive Big Mouth, the extra large house can handle up to 32 inches of rainfall an hour. And her fascia wrap adds
Oh,
an
it's
extra
bad.
layer of protection
It's
against
raining a
water
lot lately.
damage with a secure foundation to
It's
attach
well right
leak guard. During our ugly gutter sale, trade in your old gutters. We'll
It's
take them
just
down,
right
haul them away, and give you up to $500 for your old gutters toward your leak guard purchase.
This is
Zero
the
down
worst.
and payment starting at just $75 a month. Let me keep your gutters clean forever. And if you call right now, have a nice gift for it. $100 Visa gift card with your estimate. Call 1-800-392-7335. Let me give you that number again. 1-800-392-7335.
Lightning goes down. No.
Zepbound, watch this. Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off. Watch this. And data shows that people taking Zepbound lost up to 48 pounds. Don't share needles or pens or reuse these. Don't take if allergic to it or if you or someone in your family had MTC or MEN2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills, taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems. Ask your doctor about Zepbound. Zepbound, watch this.
CNN is sending me around the country to see what it means to be an American.
Next
today.
15 minutes.
Craig Ferguson, American on Purpose. May 30th on CNN and next day on the CNN app. Closed captioning
It's
is
done by
brought to you by
Seth.
Eucora, effective ingredients so you can get your life back.
My life was constantly interrupted by pee breaks until I found Eucora's In Control, a supplement that reduces urgency, leaks, and bathroom trips. Try today at Eucora.com.
Continuing with our politics lead as we wait for the very first results from Kentucky in that battle between Republican Thomas Massey and Trump-backed challenger Ed Galbraith. CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins joins us now from the White House in North Lawn. Caitlin, Trump-endorsed candidates have had several victories in recent races. How's the White House seeing tonight?
Yeah, and especially after what happened with Bill Cassidy in Louisiana over the weekend, Jake, the president is feeling quite emboldened
right
about
now.
his power here
Right
and his endorsement authority
Right
in
here.
these races. And so obviously they will be watching that closely tonight. And they're going into it feeling a lot of momentum and obviously waiting to see what plays out with Thomas Massey. I mean, you got an indication of just how much they care about this race when the defense secretary made a rare appearance on the campaign trail in Kentucky this week to
You need
campaign
another tarp?
on his opponent's behalf in this race. And Jake, you know, I've covered the president for a long time. There are very few races that he has been so personally invested in as making sure that Thomas Massey cannot return to Washington. I mean, the president has talked about it nonstop. He has posted on Truth Social about it nonstop. He has gone after Thomas Massey repeatedly for his personal life, for his professional choices on Capitol Hill and his votes. And it has been something that the president has become sort of, or I guess definitely fixated on in public in terms of making sure that he does not win this race. So obviously there's a lot playing out tonight that this is the number one race that the White House will be keeping their eyes on.
And Caitlin, you actually pressed Vice President Vance today about the creation of what they're calling the Anti-Weaponization Fund, $1.8 billion that anybody who's been, you know, quote unquote, faced weaponized justice can apply for.
Yeah, Jake, I spoke with J.D. Vance 2 years ago before he was actually the vice president, before he had actually even been picked to be on the ticket with Donald Trump. And we talked about January 6th rioters and the defendants, and especially those who assaulted officers on that day. And so, you know, today we heard the president not decline, rule out the possibility that those who did assault police officers on January 6th could benefit from this taxpayer-funded creation from the Justice Department. It is also something that the acting attorney general did not rule out today on Capitol Hill. And so I asked the vice president today when he appeared in the briefing room if he wanted to rule it out.
You previously told me that anyone who assaulted a police officer on January 6th should go to prison. So why not rule out giving them taxpayer-funded money?
Well, Caitlin, what I said is we're going to look at everything case by case.
Well, why
There
not
are
rule it out?
because Caitlin, there are people who I don't know their individual circumstances, and I don't rule things out categorically when I know nothing about a person's individual circumstances.
How about they were convicted by a jury of their peers, asshole?
Jake, two things I'll note on that front is that we heard this answer a lot from Trump allies when the question of blanket pardons was coming up for those January 6 rioters. A lot of them said it would likely be on a case-by-case basis. As we saw play out, the president pardoned virtually everyone who was convicted around January 6th on that day, with very few exceptions. And also, Jake, when it comes to those who assaulted officers, you know as well as I do, as you've spoken to several of the officers who were there that day, a lot of it is on video of the people who did assault them and beat them up that day, and that is what helped secure their ultimate convictions in this case.
All right, Caitlin Collins, thanks so much. Caitlin's going to have more coverage of tonight's elections on her show, The Source with Caitlin Collins. Her guests tonight include former Republican Senator Lamar Alexander of Tennessee. That's tonight at 9 Eastern.
Lamar Alexander, the one that walked across.
Out of all the races in Pennsylvania, there are a few congressional competitions we're paying special attention to. We're going to go live to Bucks County outside Philly next.
We asked Howie Mandel to describe
Hey,
new
Google,
hands-free
where's
cozy fit sketcher
Lamar
slippers.
Alexander
They're like
from?
little soft puff jackets for your feet. These are like cozy little slippers for the street. Introducing new hands-free cozy fit sketcher slippers.
Hey, where's
ultra-comfortable sneakers
Lamar
you just step
Alexander
into with no bending down or touching.
Ayla just discovered that on Vinted, her closet can make her extra cash. All she has to do is list and sell what she doesn't wear anymore. And with zero selling fees, she keeps every dollar she earns. Don't wear it, sell it.
Life with ear ringing sounded like a constant train whistle I couldn't sell. Then I started taking lipoflavinoid. With 60 years of clinical experience, it's the #1 doctor-recommended brand for ear ringing. Now I'm finally free. Take back control with lipoflavinoid.
Thank you.
This May, Renewal by Anderson wants to give you
How long
a
did-
huge win.
How long
You
did
can
serve
have
in the
our
Senate?
award-winning windows and doors right now, and you don't have to pay us a dime for 2 years. You can try to pay us during the first 2 years, but we don't want it. Really, we don't want it. Save it. Spend it. Go buy a pony. Whatever you want to do. And of all the things you can do for your home, going with us is one of the best decisions you can
Okay,
make.
Google, who else
Why?
was in the
Because choosing Renewal by
presidential
Anderson to
primary
replace your
that
windows and
Lamar
doors makes your
Alexander
home worth more. 3 out of 4 real estate agents surveyed agree. Anderson products increase a home's value by at least 10%. Do the math. I think you're going to be happy. And when you're ready to sell your home, it's possible that your new windows and doors could help pay for themselves by increasing the value of your home. Here at Renewal by Anderson, we value homegrown talent. Your local design consultants, measure technicians, certified master installers, and customer service team are all going to give you the best home improvement experience you've ever had. And wait until you see our exclusive ensemble entry door systems. These are premium, custom-built entry doors that were designed for beauty and security. You're not going to find this door at a big box store. Oh yeah, and one more thing. No other window company is going to do the whole project, soup to nuts, with the nation's best warranty. And you don't pay us a dime until May of 2028. Call before May 31st. 1-800-501-1400. That's 1-800-501-1400.
It's a Google feature. I have a Google Workspace.
Oh yeah.
Because I have a YouTube channel and I have.
Our brains are incredible,
Email.
but memory can get complicated. That's
Yeah,
why
my
scientists
emails
developed
on
Nariva
Gmail.
Memory 3D with clinically tested ingredients to support 3
so
dimensions
here's
of
the
your
thing
memory. Take it from
about
me.
it.
An elephant never forgets. Remember Nariva. Real milk, real cream,
When you do search
no
now,
lactose.
like
Discover
on
the
Google,
joy of lactate cream.
you notice in the upper left-hand corner there's a box that says AI. Looks like a summary. Well, they're all the answers and all the links down below. You scroll through the but there'll be an AI summary. If not, there'll be an option
I'm fighting on the
on
floor.
the top where it goes photos, news.
Don't kill
You know
your
that
dog.
little bar?
Yeah.
The left option is going to be AI.
Let's check it out.
If you do AI,
It's
it'll
still killer,
generate
which means
content
the open
like what we're
process
getting
and
at.
Dr. Marty,
And
we
here's what happens. Search looks at web pages and tells you what they say.
I'm very
Doesn't
excited
say,
about our
it might say, some web pages say X and some say Y. Okay? But that's all it can do. Alright? When you ask AI, it'll give you the, consensus of public opinion and its best informed judgment. But it might be wrong.
Sorry to interrupt.
No.
We just
It is
missed
election night in
first
America.
and
Let's zero in on that one particular race in Philadelphia to replace retiring Democratic Congressman.
Oh yeah, the backwards. Rewind.
You were all fine.
Doing a hell of a job there, sir.
Your knowledge, your experience.
There's no one better.
You're the progressive.
We want you to keep fighting because we need all the power we can get over
I'm
there.
fighting on the floor of the Senate like you would fight.
Don't kill your dog.
Hey, Dr. Marty.
Hey, back.
What's wrong with this?
Let's check it out.
Yeah.
It's still killer, which
Yeah,
means the
I was just gonna say the same
Dr.
thing.
Marty,
He looks
freeze
so,
dried premium meats,
but
fruit,
he,
and vegetables, and it's available
the smile is good.
I'm very excited about our
And he's
reinvention fair
clearly
today, which is literally
at least in that
160 years
30-second
in
spot.
the
Maybe
The
it's
invention
15.
was trying to bring the company into the trends of the
He
future.
really looked terrific. Jack.
Yeah, he's got to do some positive stuff because he's going to be doing some negative stuff.
It is election night in America. Let's zero in on that one particular race in Philadelphia to replace retiring Democratic Congressman Dwight Evans. 4 Democrats are in this primary fight to represent Pennsylvania's
You hear
3rd
this
congressional
thunder?
district,
It's
where I
really
grew up.
fucking
CNN's Danny Freeman is live in Warminster Township. That's outside Philly in Bucks County. And Danny, this race could offer a hint about which way Democrats might go in November.
That's absolutely right, Jake. Listen, it's pretty interesting because this race, PA3, really hasn't gotten a lot of national attention until recently, primarily because it's going to be a safe blue seat. But make no mistake, in Philadelphia, it has been a massive story, a massive race, and some are saying that in the bluest congressional district in the country, this can, as you noted, give people a direction as to where the Democratic Party may be going. So let's run down the 3 major candidates in this race. First up, you have State Senator Sharif Street. He is the son of a former Philly mayor. He also led the Pennsylvania Democratic Party, and he's had some incredibly large endorsements, specifically within the city of Philadelphia. The current mayor, Sherelle Parker, was out there stumping with him over the past several weeks. He's gotten a lot of other leaders within the city as well.
Severe
And interestingly
thunderstorm
enough,
warning.
he's
Next
ended up being
25
seen
minutes.
as kind of the establishment pick in this particular
They
race.
thought it was gonna be
Then you have
Yeah,
State
look at it.
Representative
Yeah,
Chris
it's
Rabb.
huge.
He's been seen more as the progressive
Yeah.
firebrand in this race.
Well, it's
You
gonna
can
be
tell
up to
because Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez
Yeah.
came down to Philadelphia to rally for him. Hassan Piker came down to campaign with Chris Rabb as well. Interestingly enough, the Philadelphia Inquirer editorial board also endorsed State Rep Rabb, basically arguing that for this specific district, he would be the best candidate to take a fight to President Donald Trump, in essence. And then you have Dr. Ayla Stanford Jake, and she's kind of the outsider in this race, in a sense, but she is incredibly well known in the Philadelphia region. She's a pediatric surgeon, and she became well known because during the COVID-19 pandemic, she really led a massive initiative to get health care and vaccines for a lot of black residents in Philadelphia. And Jake, perhaps most crucially for her, she got the endorsement of that retiring Congressman Dwight Evans almost right away. So it's a very interesting race playing out in Philadelphia. As I said, it's going to be a safe blue seat, but whichever one of those candidates wins tonight really could shape where this crucially blue district ends up going in the future. The last thing I'll note, Jake, you said I'm in Bucks County. I'm here at a Shapiro event. His name's on the ballot tonight, though he's running uncontested. But I'm going to be looking for this evening at this event which candidates that Governor Shapiro, through his energy, through his endorsements behind, really do well tonight, because that could be a sign of what may be to come in November in the Commonwealth.
That's right, and more widely in the Commonwealth, there are all sorts of battleground districts that we'll be watching come November.
Exactly.
Danny Freeman, thanks so much. The first votes are coming in from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and we're going to get an update from John King at his very magic wall next.
56-44.
Watch for primary election results all night tonight on CNN and the CNN app. Runners will do anything to cut
Oh,
through
it's
the wind.
very early.
Why? When you can go fast the easy way. Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. High-performance running shoes designed to cut through the wind with unbelievable speed. Plus, they're lightweight and feature Goodyear rubber. Go fast in Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst.
Our brains are incredible, but memory can get complicated. That's why scientists developed Nariva Memory 3D with clinically tested ingredients to support 3 dimensions of your memory. Take it from me. An elephant never forgets. Remember Nariva.
You may not realize it, but clogged gutters can do damage to your overhang and trim, your landscaping, flower beds, foundation, even your basement. That's why homeowners choose Leaf Guard, the only seamless one-piece rainwater management system with a clog-free guarantee. Leaf Guard has earned the Good Housekeeping seal 20 years in a row and comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. And now would be a great time to call during our ugly gutters sale. Trade in your old gutters. We'll even take them down, haul them away, and give you up to $500 for your old gutters towards your Leaf Guard purchase. 0 down and payment starting at just $75 a month. And remember, Leaf Guard's attached to the fascia. It's not coming down. And if you call right now, I have a nice gift for you, a $100 Visa gift card with your in-home estimate. Call 1-800-392-7335. Let me give you that number again, 1-800-392-7335.
I have recommended Leaf Guard to a couple of our neighbors.
They're a very professional company.
And one day, they just made them all right there on spot. With Leaf Guard's exclusive Big Mouth, the extra large opening and oversized downspouts can handle up to 32 inches of rainfall an hour. And our fascia wrap adds an extra layer of protection against water damage with a secure foundation to attach Leaf Guard. During our ugly gutters sale, trade in your old gutters. We'll take them down, haul them away, and give you up to $500 for your old gutters toward your Leaf Guard purchase. 0 down and payment starting at just $75 a month. Let me keep your gutters clean forever. And if you call right now, have a nice gift for you. A $100 Visa gift card with your estimate. Call 1-800-392-7335. Let me give you that number again. 1-800-392-7335.
Let me know if you need anything.
I will.
Did you hear about Shield, that test for colon cancer?
No, what?
It's just a blood test.
No.
Exactly.
Shield is for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk for colon cancer. Ask your doctor about FDA-approved Shield.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Memorial Day sale and transform your space with color. Get 30% off paint and stains, May 15th through the 28th. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store.
Cross junk removal off your list. 1-800-GOT-JUNK makes it fast and easy for every type of business.
Allergies got you trying every trick? Zyrtec works fast and lasts 24 hours, so you can seize the day.
Here is a soft place. Here, calm comes easy. Everything exhales. Exceptionally soft bedding and bath. Parachute and soft sleep.
I've been a nurse for 27 years. They said you have to have a bachelor's. The number one benefit for me for going to Chamberlain University was finding that academic freedom to explore things about nursing. I was able to go outside of the box to be able to create and innovate.
And we're back with more in our politics lead. The very first primary election results are starting to filter in from the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Let's bring back John King at the national. John, what do you see? Early results, Jake. This is the Commonwealth of Kentucky right here. You see the other states. You see Gray. They're having primaries tonight. These are House Republican primaries we're looking at right now because we're focused on this race right here. You see there's several across the state of Kentucky, but this is the one that is in place tonight. This is because the incumbent, Republican Libertarian Thomas Massie, arch nemesis of Donald J. Trump, at least in Donald J. Trump's view, is currently losing in primaries. It's about a 10-point race right now. Now we only have about 4% of the vote in, so we have a long way to go. Ed Gower, former Navy SEAL, endorsed by President Trump. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, made an unusual trip to campaign for him just in the final days of the campaign. This is the district up here. Follow the lines here. These are other districts down below. But this district here, from the Louisville suburbs, the Cincinnati suburbs, out here to this rural swath out here, we're waiting for a lot more results. You see all the grays, so we're waiting. But let's just show where we are getting results. These are key counties up here. Now, about 16% of the vote in. I say these are key counties because the biggest population centers in this sprawling district are the Cincinnati. You see Cincinnati, Ohio here. This is where the airport is, Covington, if you fly into Cincinnati. So this is Kenton County. these counties here and right in the Louisville area, those are the most populous counties. So if Tom Massey's going to hold on to his seat, he needs to run it up here. And in this county at the moment, he's behind by 10 points there. So if you look at these very, very, very early results, the challenger is doing well. But I just want to caution it's only 16% there, and we're coming in with the rest of the district. As I noted, you go down here to Louisville, this is where you get more of a population center. Down here in Oldham County, we still have nothing in. So you look first, obviously, we're doing math here. Where do the most people live? Where are you going to get the biggest math? And then you stretch it out to these rural areas, including down here. You're looking down here. These are counties where President Trump routinely gets 70, sometimes 80% plus of the vote. And you see at the moment in these rural counties, remember, Trump has made this a mega loyalty test. And his challenger at the moment, again, it's only 1%, so let's wait and watch it play out. But getting 67% there if you round it up, come over here to the other end of the district, 60% here if you look at it. So at the moment, the challenger looks strong, but I just want to caution we're at 4% of the vote. And I want to say we're going to watch up here. This is where most of the people live, and right here. And then a key test will be if you come out here. This here is Lewis County. This is where Thomas Massey calls home. He was a local judge here in the county before he came to Congress in 2012. So this is his home county. It's a Republican county by 74 points. It's a Republican county, Jake, where Donald Trump got 87% in 2024. It's Thomas Massey's home. So most of this, in terms of the math, the people will play out in the suburbs, but this is Tom Massey's home. Let's see if he can hold it when the President of the United States is the guy saying vote for the opponent. All right, John King, thanks so much. President Trump continued his attacks on Massey at the White House earlier today.
Thomas Massey's a terrible congressman. He's been a terrible congressman from day one. Dealing with him is just horrible. I don't think he's a Republican. I think he's actually a Democrat.
In the final hours of campaigning, Massey says he is unfazed by the attacks.
They're panicked because the president's done 11 posts about this race in the last 72 hours, and they sent the Secretary of War. Their polling shows the same thing as mine. We're probably going to pull this off.
My panel's here. David Urban, do you think Massey's going to pull it?
I don't know. I mean, he sounds pretty confident. Doesn't sound like he's dead man walking there. And I think that, look, as John said, it depends on what happens in a lot of these counties. Thomas Massey goes home every weekend. He, flies flags for the Boy Scouts, get grandmas their Social Security checks, good on constituent services. That goes a long, long way. You know, most people don't care about what your foreign policy is when you're a congressman. They care about what you're doing for them. And Thomas Massey has delivered for his constituents time and time again. Now, he's run races where he's been up against, in a primary before, but never to this extent. And Donald Trump is basically like, 100% in Republican primaries. If he's coming for you, it's like, that scene in Monty Python, I'm not dead yet. He's like, oh, you're dead. You're going in the cart, buddy. Massey may be saying I'm not dead yet, but the cart is there. And Trump is pretty formidable in these primaries.
He went after Cassidy. Cassidy lost. He went after those Indiana state senators. 5 out of 7 of them lost. I mean, Trump has a pretty good record when it comes to taking on his rivals or whatever you want to call them. They say in cards he has the whip hand, right? So he can go in. I think for Democrats, even if Massey were to survive tonight, it doesn't really tell you that much about the Republican Party. It probably tells you more about Thomas Massey's political skills at home, as David was sort of referencing, than it does about Donald Trump's grip on the Republican Party. MAGA controls the Republican Party, and Donald Trump controls MAGA. That is where we are. The question is, though, what happens in a general election, and whether or not that kind of influence really matters in a general election. And I'm also curious to see in Kentucky what this might mean. Beshear, the governor, wants to run for president. Maybe this says there are some Republicans in Kentucky that don't quite fit the general mode of the rest of the country. And maybe Beshear has a way to communicate with those people, if he runs for president, that we should all be paying attention to. Not to mention Rand Paul, who's also something of an iconoclast in his party. So let's turn to Georgia for a second. In the state's Republican Senate primary, you're looking at how some of the candidates, and put it up if we can, see Ossoff as an opponent, essentially saying this is not going to be an easy fight. David, Trump stayed on the sidelines and did not endorse in the race among Republicans to take on John Ossoff. Will he regret that decision, do you think?
Yeah, listen, John Ossoff's a tough candidate, right? It's not an easy, Georgia's not an easy state.
But Political Report has it, I think, leans Democratic, which is something for Georgia.
It's not an easy state. Now, listen, Dooley, maybe again, the best candidate, right, didn't run. Governor Kemp is the guy who could have been over, right?
Well, maybe. I was Max Cleland's communications director down there 20 years ago, so I spent some time down in the state, and I talked to people on the phone down there today. One of the things they've pointed out is that Kemp's candidates are all losing in the state, the ones that he endorsed. So Kemp may not also be able to do the same kind of damage there as he used to before because Trump doesn't really like him. At the same time, the Democrats were hoping to get about 100,000 early vote lead. They got 150,000 is what they're telling me. So they think that they got the surge that's coming out of the Democratic primary. They may actually get 2 state Supreme Court seats today that get decided with nonpartisan seats. The Democrats might win that. That's a huge deal for Democrats in the state who really haven't been winning statewide since
it's blowing over.
2006.
Yeah, Georgia's definitely a purple state at best, right? I mean, it's not.
It's become that just in the last few years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty amazing. Turning back to another purple state, Pennsylvania, and there's this House race in the 3rd congressional district. It's pitted 4 Democrats against each other. And you can see Sharif Street on the right there. That's the son of the former mayor, Alice Stanford. She's a pediatrician. Chris Rabb, he's the one. Chris Rabb, rather. He's the one endorsed by the Democratic Socialists, AOC, and the like. He's the more. He's the leftist of them all, to use an adjective. And I wonder, where do you see the Democratic Party going, Jamal? Well, I think Democrats should be paying a lot of attention to this. I live in New Jersey these days, and Analia Mejia, she was able to win that seat. Nobody saw her coming. You saw Mamdani in New York. He was able to win that mayor's race. There's something happening on the left side of the Democratic Party that the people in the center of the Democratic Party should be paying attention to. I think these candidates have a lot of sway. And the question is going to be, will the Democrats have a mainstream Democrat, a progressive who can win in a broader part of the electorate going into 2028? Or will they have a candidate that really fits the mold of AOC? All right, David and Jamal, stay with me. President Trump has finally endorsed in the Texas Senate Republican primary, but the reaction from Republican on Capitol Hill, well, quote, a lot of disappointment. We'll explain why next.
Why we dream. I'm sorry, what did you say about AOC?
What?
What did you
I
say?
don't think we're going to have a candidate for president that's at the mold of AOC.
I think you're right.
The question is, can we keep people that like AOC motivated?
Donna just discovered that
That's a big question.
And the answer is, thank God for Donald Trump.
all she has to do is list and sell what she doesn't wear anymore. And with 0 cents, she keeps every dollar she earns.
We'll have a message.
Don't wear it, sell it. This man
Yeah, and then the progressives
wants to do
step up.
huge win. You can have our award-winning windows and doors right now, and you don't have to pay us a dime for 2 years. You can try to pay us during the first 2 years. Oh, we don't want it. Really, we don't want it. Save it, spend it, go buy a pony, whatever you want to do. And of all the things you can do for your home, going with us is one of the best decisions you can make. Why? Because choosing Renewal by Andersen to replace your windows and doors makes your home worth more. 3 out of 4 real estate agents surveyed agree. Andersen products increase a home's value by at least 10%. Do the math. I think you're going to be happy. And when you're ready to sell your home, it's possible that your new windows and doors will pay for themselves by increasing the value of your home.
You think it's passed,
Here at
right?
Renewal by
I want to wait a little while, but it's close.
Okay. Or local design consultants, measure technicians, certified master installers, and customer service team are all going to give you the best
I
home
know.
improvement experience you've
I
ever
know.
had.
You would have told me if there was a lot of
Our exclusive ensemble entry door systems. These are premium, custom-built entry doors that were designed for beauty and security. You're not going to find this door at a big box store. Oh yeah, and one more thing, no other window company is going to do the whole project, soup to nuts, with the nation's best warranty. And you don't pay us a dime until May of 2028. Call before May 31st. 1-800-501-1400. That's 1-800-501-1400. You're seeing Skechers Famous Design Set footwear everywhere. And now that famous design is available in pants,
get Google. What's the temperature in Boston right now?
One of the things I'm most struck with is how focused you are on the
It's 84 degrees Fahrenheit and mostly cloudy in Bunker Hill, Boston.
Better of the same. It's not more of the same. It's better of the same.
Don't kill your dog.
Hey, Dr. Marty.
Hey, back.
What's wrong with this?
Let's check it out. It's still kibble, which means they're ultra-processed. At Dr. Marty, we freeze-dried premium meats, fruit, and vegetables, and it's available at...
We're sticking with our politics lead. Finally, just 1 week before voters cast their ballot, the president made his long-awaited pick in the Texas Republican Senate primary runoff between controversial Attorney General Ken Paxton and incumbent Senator John Cornyn. Trump announcing on Truth Social earlier today, Ken is a true MAGA warrior who has always delivered for Texas and will continue to do so in the United States Senate. Vice President Vance was asked earlier today why Trump passed over the establishment incumbent Senator John Cornyn at today's press conference.
I've known John Cornyn for a long time, but unfortunately, when it really counted, Ken Paxton was there for the country, was there for the president, and that's why he ultimately earned the president's endorsement. He thinks he's going to be a better senator, thinks he's going to make a better candidate.
What is he talking about, David? Is he talking about the fact that Ken Paxton filed that crazy lawsuit trying to disenfranchise Pennsylvanians like our ancestors?
Yeah, look, I'm not quite sure. There's obviously some consternation on Capitol Hill.
Oh yeah, let me read some quotes while you mention it. Senator Susan Collins, Republican of Maine. It's the president's call, but she's disappointed. Senator Lisa Murkowski asked, "How is this going to help us? Will Trump come to regret this? Do you think this makes the seat more competitive?"
Yeah, it'll make it more competitive. Texas is as we know from Beto, this is like the Lucy and the football of Thanksgiving, right? I mean, Beto O'Rourke's not going to win. Talarico's not going to win. They'll make it competitive.
You don't think he's going to?
No. I think Republicans are going to have to spend more money. This is why I think people on the establishment are disappointed, because it's going to be a $250 million race versus a $100 million race or $300 million race versus the Republicans are going to have to spend a lot more money there than they would be able to be spent in Maine for Susan Collins, in Alaska for Dan.
Jamal's Charlie Brown. He's running up to that football right now.
Hold on, I'm about to move it.
You think Talarico could win?
I think it's very possible. He is he's against the cultural norm of the Democratic Party. And so people who might not necessarily vote for normal Democrats might vote for somebody who talks about his policies based in his faith. I've thought for a long time white Democrats need to learn how to talk to white people on Monday, where they talk to black people on Sunday, which is rooted in values, which is talking about what they really mean, what's in their hearts. And that's the kind of campaign and campaigner Talarico is. It might work in a year when you have a surge. And I think if you can count them out if you want to, but those of us who've seen some of these big midterm switches,
but David,
people get picked up in a surge.
But David, this is what Republicans have been watching, because the Talarico won, and it was honestly against Jasmine Craig. It wasn't that nasty a race. It really wasn't for a race like that as competitive. But this is what Republicans in Texas, well, all Texans have been seeing on their television screens about Cornyn and about Paxton.
Oh, no,
I know they're just watching. I love negative ads.
Look at these unrepentant eyes. Two predators charged with sex crimes against children. They face life in prison, but Ken Paxton cut deals for them both. No prison time, no sex offender registry. Look at these unrepentant eyes.
1984, big hair, purple rain, the Macintosh, and a Reagan landslide. And that's when John Cornyn was first elected to office. And he's been attacking our values ever since.
I mean, I fondly remember 1984, so I'm not.
That turns the worm a little bit. Like to see Republicans.
Yeah, but people listen
about these sort of Willie Horton style.
I think there's much too about nothing. It's Texas. It is a state that is red with a little bit of a blueberry in the middle there with Austin.
I don't disagree that that it's a Republican state, but you know who's been some of the most brutal critics of Ken Paxton is the National Republican Senatorial Committee.
Because they're going to have to spend another $150, $200 million.
Brutal ads, but here's one, which was they put after Ken Paxton's then wife filed for divorce. Quote, what Ken Paxton has put his family through is truly repulsive and disgusting. No one should have to endure what Angela Paxton has, and we pray for her as she chooses to stand up for herself and her family during this difficult time. That's from the National Republican Senatorial Committee.
Yeah, I think they're trying to avoid having to spend a lot of money in a race
But I'm
against
just saying that
Talarico.
statement doesn't disappear come primary day. I mean, Talarico's going to put that in ads.
They'll put in ads, and it was a nasty primary. Everyone will link arms. Everyone will sing "Kumbaya." You know, John Cornyn will be out there campaigning with Paxton. I think. Look, there's lots of places. Georgia, you could have Georgia. Texas,
I want to bring up a Texas Democrat. She is running. She got more votes than any other Democrat in the primary for Texas's 35th congressional district, which includes San Antonio. She posted. She is rabidly anti-Semitic. And she wrote on an Instagram page, you know, when she gets to Congress, she's going to write legislation so that all Zionism is declared undoubtedly anti-Semitic since it's Zionist harming the Semites. And then she says she's going to put Zionists in the ICE detention centers. And then she said she's going to castrate pedophiles, and it says, which will probably be most of the Zionists. She's in a runoff right now against another Democrat. But, I mean...
That's language that I think none of us will like, right? Like, I can't believe that we're even having a candidate who makes it that far. The question
makes it that far. She got more votes than anyone else in the primary.
Yeah, no, this is tough stuff.
Yeah.
So here's the question I have when we're talking about all these questions about Texas. You've got Latino voters who've been watching their friends, neighbors, and relatives be rounded up on the street just because they're brown. You've got African Americans who are watching redistricting happen and wondering whether or not this is the return of the Jim Crow South, and it's animating people. There is a soup that is happening here that might engulf one of these seats in a way that we don't anticipate.
Yeah?
Maybe a House seat, not a Senate.
Thanks, one and all. Appreciate it. President Trump is calling for a Justice Department investigation after some voters in Maryland were sent the wrong ballots in the upcoming primary in that state. Maryland's top election official joins me to respond next.
How did that happen?
Because it's run by government.
Next on CNN.
Chronically underfunded, disheartened
Thank you both for coming in. I'm a bit worried about
institutions.
I know how important Liberty Mutual is to
Okay, I'm going up top.
Customized car insurance
You want
to save
it
people
right
after.
No, let me see what's going on.
Well, Doug Jr. keeps
I
writing
love you.
always.
I will.
Who's Junior?
Well, Reese spelled insurance right, right?
He did not.
Only pay for what you need.
Life with ear ringing sounded like a constant train whistle I couldn't see. Then I started taking lipoflavonoid. With 60 years of clinical experience, it's the #1 doctor-recommended brand for ear ringing. And now I'm finally free. Take back control with lipoflavonoid.
You may not realize it, but clogged gutters can do damage to your overhang and trim, your landscaping, flower beds, foundation, even your basement. That's why homeowners choose Leaf Guard, the only seamless one-piece rainwater management system with a clog-free guarantee. Leaf Guard has earned the Good Housekeeping seal 20 years in a row and comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. And now would be a great time to call during our ugly gutters sale. Trade in your old gutters. We'll even take them down, haul them away, and give you up to $500 for your old gutters towards your Leaf Guard purchase. Zero down and payment starting at just $75 a month. And remember, Leaf Guard's attached to the fascia. It's not coming down. And if you call right now, I have a nice gift for you, a $100 Visa gift card with your in-home estimate. Call 1-800-392-7335. Let me give you that number again, 1-800-392-7335.
I have recommended Leaf Guard to a couple of our neighbors.
They're a very professional company.
And one day, they made them all right there on spot. With Leaf Guard's exclusive Big Mouth, the extra large opening and oversized downspouts can handle up to 32 inches of rain falling out. And our fascia wrap adds an extra layer of protection against water damage with a secure foundation to attach Leaf Guard. During our ugly gutter sale, trade in your old gutters. We'll take them down, haul them away, and give you up to $500 for your old gutters toward your Leaf Guard purchase. Zero down and payment starting at just $75 a month. Let me keep your gutters clean forever. And if you call right now, have a nice gift for you. A $100 Visa gift card with your estimate. Call 1-800-392-7335. Let me give you that number again. 1-800-392-7335.
Eczema isn't fair, and it isn't your fault. But with Ebglyss, people with moderate to severe eczema can have real results, like skin that's still more clear at 1 year.
Don't use if you're allergic to Ebglyss. Allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Eye problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening eye problems. You should not receive a live vaccine when treated with Ebglyss. Before starting Ebglyss, tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection.
Ask your doctor about once monthly Ebglyss.
Dale, you really need to get that colon cancer screening.
Yeah, it's been forever. Dale, do the test, the blood test. Shield. Shield is for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk for colon cancer. Ask your doctor about FDA-approved Shield.
And we are watching the votes coming in from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, where Republican Congressman Thomas Massie is fighting for his political life. And with 4% of the vote in, 5% of the vote in, he is losing. There's still a lot of votes left to count. But Ed Dahlgren, the Trump-endorsed challenger, is ahead, 54.6% to Thomas Massie's 45.4%. But that's only a 585 vote advantage by Ed Dahlgren at this stage. We're going to bring you updates all night in this race and others. Continuing with our politics lead, primaries in Maryland are still 5 weeks away, but election officials are coping with a huge headache right now. About half a million voters requested mail-in ballots. Some officials say it may be a very small number. Some were sent ballots for the wrong party in the primary for governor, where incumbent Democrat Wes Moore is seeking a second term. But even though most voters may have received the correct ballot, all 500,000 voters are getting replacement ballots. Guess who noticed?
500,000 ballots, illegal ballots were sent out, and they were totally fraudulent. And then they said, oh, we'll pull them back. Well, they didn't pull them back, and they have 500,000 new ballots go. So what happens to the original? Are they going to come in, and are they going to come in and infect our system?
We're joined now by Maryland's top election official, Jared DeMarinis. First, explain what happened, and did Democrats get Republican ballots or the other way around?
I just was looking for guys.
So, yes, basically, it was a small number of voters that received the wrong party ballot. Most voters actually received the correct party ballot. When we were going through this with the vendor, the coding at the end there was dropped off, so that's why some individuals got the wrong party ballot.
But what's the number of individuals that got the wrong ballot, and was it Democrats getting Republican ballots or Republicans getting Democratic ballots?
So some Democrats got Republican ballots, Republicans got Democratic ballots, and since my mail-in vendor could not accurately identify who received what ballot due to the coding issue, therefore, the only course of action to ensure the integrity and security of the mail-in voting was to send all the voters who had requested a mail-in ballot by mail a replacement ballot.
Right. So that's now 500,000. So how many got the wrong ballot of the 500,000?
We cannot determine that number accurately. That's the problem. Because if we had that number accurately and we knew who was the ones that received the wrong ballots, then we would be sending only those individuals the correct ballots and the correct replacement ballots.
How do you know it's a small number then?
We cannot, because just the simple numbers of math here. At most, if you look at it, basically there is a more majority of one party over another party, and if you just cross-populate the ballot styles themselves, then it's just that individual number. So we know, based upon that there was never the ballots themselves were not the wrong district. So everyone got the right district ballot. They just didn't. Some of them did not get the right party ballot for a primary election.
So what happens if people mail the incorrect ballot or both ballots if they got two?
So we want them to vote the replacement ballot. That's we're mailing them the correct ballot that we can identify that it was to the correct individuals, and those individuals now will have the replacement ballot. We have done a massive outreach campaign to all those individuals that were affected and that are going to receive a replacement ballot. They're getting a postcard, they've received an email, and if we had their text number, we would give them texts as well. Right now, if we have protocols in place so that only one ballot will be counted, and that is the replacement ballot. Because, basically we have longstanding policies in mail-in voting. If a person, in the past, if they had, spoiled their ballot, spilled coffee on their ballot, the dog ate their ballot and had called us up for a replacement ballot, we would issue them a replacement ballot and have, security measures in place for that to notify which ballot is the correct ballot in the system when it's been received.
So none of the ballots, the original ballots mailed out, none of those will count. If somebody fills it out and mails it in, it will not count. Does that mean that the elections board will then call the people or email the people that sent in the wrong ballots, those first ones they got, and say, hey, that's not the right one, you need to mail in the second one?
We are notifying those that have already sent in those ballots to vote the replacement ballot. Because the replacement ballot is the one that is the current active ballot that they should be voting. And that is important. And we have issued, statements about that. It's distinguishable from the original ballot. The outer envelope has more of a marker on it. So individuals now know
really
that
bad.
this is it says replacement ballot inside. All that is, we're taking every protocol and security measures to ensure the integrity of mail-in voting.
Jared
And
Demarinis.
this is not something that I take lightly.
Yeah. Jared Demarinis, thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
I don't think you're up to
Thank
it,
you.
kid.
Thanks for watching. Aaron Burnett up front starts right now.
You're suing that guy. You should have said, first, I want to be clear here. The vendor fucked up and we're going to sue the shit out of him. That's what you should have said.
Up front
Exactly
next,
like
the
that.
breaking news, the final polls just closing in the biggest test yet of Trump's revenge tour. The president aiming to take down Republican Tom Massey in Kentucky. And the results are coming in this hour. John King is here to break it all down. Plus, polls closing in Georgia this hour. Did the Republicans have their best chance of flipping a Senate seat there? And a major endorsement tonight, upending a crucial race. It is a special edition of Out Front, Election Night in America. Let's go Out Front.
Beautiful.
And good
If
evening,
you
I'm Aaron
go
Burnett, and
look,
welcome to this special edition
I'll
of
get
Out
you a
Front,
picture of it,
Election
or you
Night in
can go
America.
and
Well, there are 6 states
Don't open it up.
altogether
You can
holding
see
elections tonight
Put
with
the
control
tarp on
of
3/4
Congress
of it in a
ultimately at
plastic
stake.
bag with the
All right,
towel
so you
on
can
it
see
and
them all
they're-
lighting up on your map there.
they're
But
all
let's
in
start
place,
right
all the
now.
clips
All
are
eyes on
out,
the biggest
everything's
race of the
working.
night. That's in Kentucky. Final polls there are just closing. President Trump is determined to take out the Republican Thomas
You have
Massey
to
there.
climb
Now,
up and look
this
through
has
the window.
become the single most expensive primary
You
race
have
in
to
history.
climb up and look
$33
through the
million
door.
spent over the past
If
few
you want to
months.
just take a peek, you're
Now, just to be
welcome.
clear, this race should have cost
It's not
exactly
raining
$0 because Massey's a Republican. He votes
Yeah.
overwhelmingly with Trump.
Whatever
He's
you
an
want to do.
incumbent.
Oh,
Right,
but
all
you
of the
don't have to
reasons
go look. It'll
Trump
be
turned
fine.
on Massey
I'll take a
after
picture in the
Massey
morning.
fought for the release
Or
of
we'll
the
just try it
Epstein
out. But
files.
it's just
That was
really
the
good.
break. And now here we are, $33 million into unseating him. The first results from that crucial race are just starting to come in as polls are all closed. So we're bringing this to you as we get it. As you can see right now, these are just results coming in here all in. You can see right now you're just under 7,300 or 400 or so votes. So
Gallery is
we're
winning.
just starting to get early results right now. Thomas Massey is down, but this is so early on, 6% reporting. Can't read anything into it right now, but we'll see in these next few moments if we are able to make a call as those numbers come in. We're going to keep showing you these boards as we also follow crucial races in Georgia, where polls have also just closed. Georgia Republicans voting on the nominee who will take on the vulnerable Democratic Senator John Ossoff this November.
Yep.
Now, this is crucial for Democrats. They have to hold on to the seat if they want to win the Senate. And there is no clear Republican frontrunner on this, which means the race could lead to a runoff next month, and that gives Ossoff a major advantage. So this one is another crucial to watch. Also, Pennsylvania, polls closing soon there tonight. That is where Democrats think they have one of the best chances in the country to flip a seat in November. They are focused on taking out Congressman Ryan McKenzie, a vulnerable Republican. He narrowly won in 2024. And Democrats tonight are choosing the candidate that is going to go against McKenzie. John King is standing by at the magic wall. He's going to be with us throughout this hour, all these numbers coming in. And John, crucial contests, we're going through some of them. Van, SC is dead. Paul are also with me. all hour. And we also have Jeff Zeleny with us as well out front at Massey headquarters in Hebron, Kentucky. So let's start with you on the ground because numbers are starting to come in so early, 6% reporting. But what are you learning there? What is the feel in that room that's for Thomas Massie?
You did an amazing job.
Well, Aaron, as you can see, supporters of Congressman Massie have started filling this room, and it's going to be a party. But what kind of party, of course, we do not know until more votes come in. I mean, this has been an extraordinary campaign, a bruising campaign. But when you think about the $32 billion, we talk about money in politics a lot. This is extraordinary. This is the kind of thing where voters were voting today, telling me they would get 6 to 8 pieces of mail from the campaign every single day in their mailbox. They just hear and see so many ads. So the reality is, how does that sort of affect voters' minds? There's a sense of exhaustion, there's no doubt about it, but it's also clear that President Trump wants to make Massie part of this retribution. Massie told me last evening, he said, look, I'm not being on this retribution tour. I did not vote to impeach you. I can tell you, though, talking to voters today all day long, they had their own issues in mind why they were making their choices, and President Trump was not always guiding them.
I like Massie. I know, there's a lot of pressure to vote for Ed, but I don't know, man. I feel like Massie is more for the Constitution, so that's what I'm going with.
I support the president, but I would have voted for Ed Galbraith either way because of his politics.
Why did you vote for Thomas Massie? Voted because he's pretty much he's on the Republican side, so he does have a conservative mindset, but he's not as far-leaning right as the Trump politics. Basically, I voted against Trump, honestly.
And President Trump, of course, was fixated on this all day long at the White House, talking again about Thomas Massie. He said he is a Democrat. Well, of course, that is not true. He's a Republican. But I did run into several Democrats here who said they would be happy to vote for him if they could to send Trump a message, but they cannot. This is a closed Republican primary. Only Republican registered voters that had to be registered at the end of last year as Republicans could vote in this race. That is a very important thing to keep in mind here as we watch these votes come in. So basically, it is going to boil down after all of these millions and millions of dollars to the loyalty toward President Trump and people deciding if they still want to follow him or follow their own congressman who they've sent back to office 7 consecutive times. Aaron?
It's incredible, right? The true incumbent. All right, thank you very much, Jeff Zeleny. And we'll be going back to Jeff, of course, as these numbers come in through this hour. Let's go to John King now at the Magic Wall out front. And John, the last polls in Kentucky are closed, right? So now the numbers are in. It's when we're going to be able to make a call here. And Congressman Thomas Massie is in the fight of his life. And the fight is against Donald Trump. I mean, what are you seeing?
He's in the fight of his life against the Republican president of the United States and a man, Aaron, who has proven, I'm just going to take this out because I'm getting a little mixed minus, a man who has proven just this weekend in Louisiana when Senator Bill Cassidy lost his job. A few weeks ago back in Indiana when 5 of the 7 state senators he targeted lost their jobs in Republican primaries. So here's what's happening right here with Thomas Massie. I'm going to trust that maybe this is fixed and put it back in. We're at 7% right now, so we have a long way to go, Aaron. But where are we looking? Where are we looking here in the key areas here? Number one, right here, 3 counties right here, just south of Cincinnati. These are Cincinnati suburbs, essentially, Cincinnati, Ohio suburbs in northern Kentucky. Then over here, just northeast of Louisville. These are the most populous counties in the state, so we do this every election night. Where's the math? Where can you get the most votes? That's what's going to happen there. So we'll watch that play out there. Then another big thing we'll look at is out here, and I'll break this one down in a minute. This is Lewis County. This is where Tom Massie served as a county judge before he came to Congress. It's also a county where Donald Trump in 2024, Aaron, had 87% of the vote. So there's your rural test out here in Trump. This is more of your suburban test right here. I just want to go back. Let's just blank this out and take a look. Again, you come here. We have no votes out here right now. If Tom Massie loses his home county, can he win the district? Primary? Maybe. But that's the biggest test, right? These are the people who know him best, and where Trump got 87%. You talk about a president versus a congressman. That's a big deal right there. And if you want to come in here, let's see where we do have votes in the Cincinnati suburbs. It's 23%. We have a ways to go. If I'm in the Massie campaign headquarters, though, this does trouble me. Because this is where you need to win. This is number one, the most populated area. Number two, these are more affluent, especially up close, the close-in suburbs here, more rural down here. But if you're the close-in suburbs, they're more affluent, suburban Ohio, outside of Cincinnati, yes, they vote for Donald Trump in a general election, but you know this as well as I do, Aaron. These are some of the voters who really don't like how Donald Trump does his business, who don't like Trump on some character issues. They might like his tax policies, they might like other policies, but they don't really like how he conducts himself. Those are the kind of voters Tom Massie needs, that voters who would say, you know what, we like that he stands up to Trump every now and then. We like that he's a little different. We like that he's not afraid to be an individual. First votes have just come in over here in Boone County, and again, 36%, the challenger is ahead in a place where Tom Massie needs to win, because that's where the most people live. We're not done. They could be from down here. I can't do precinct level at the Magic Wall, so they could be from the more rural areas down here. So we have to wait to see as it fills up. But you got 36% there, 23% there. That does not look good if you are. And then let's go over here. Again, I said the northeast Louisville suburbs, only 2%, but the challenger on top there as well. So the early look, Aaron, in the Magic Wall, as you start to fill in the numbers, is not good. I want to emphasize the early part. Early. But you're looking at this right now. What we need to see here is out here. This is a small county down here. I just wanted to check on it. Where 24% of the vote in Spencer County, much more rural, much more Trumpy.
Yeah, sure.
The question is pretty simple. Are MAGA voters following Trump, or are MAGA voters trusting their local congressman? At the moment, here you would see that MAGA voters are listening to the president, who says it's time for a new voice. But we still have a ways to go. The early results, though, don't look great for Mr. Massie, but that's why we count.
Well, right, and I mean, I guess when you're talking about where Massie would need to make the inroads, I mean, you're talking about where the math is, right? And we don't know, to your point, whether it's at the southern end, the precinct level, the northern end of where those results are coming in, but those troubling areas.
Right there are the most populous centers, and so this is what you do, right? And so when you're in the live setting like this, you're just trying to see, you keep checking in, right? 23%, 36%, but if you leave it out here. If the big number, the overall district number will change if you start to see more coming in. And again, it's only 13%, but this is, everybody watches, everyone has a sport, right? Everyone has something they're interested in. You don't want to be down 14. It's the early innings, first quarter, however you want to describe it, whatever sport you like or play. You never want to be behind. You certainly don't want to be behind by that, but there's a lot left to go.
All right. John King, thank you very much. So we're going to be going back to John King as we get more. Everyone's here with me. SE, you look at those numbers, and it's early. So we just don't know. Your overall number is 6%, but there are certain areas where he needs to, but even if in his home county, he does better than expected, right? Trump won that by 87%, right? You got to run it up in the population centers.
Yeah, I'm not in the prediction business anymore, but Massie's got an uphill battle only because Trump's been on him for all year. It's a little different than the Texas race, where Trump literally waited till today to make an endorsement between the two Republicans running in that primary for Senate. Trump's been all over Tom Massie. Trump's been making Tom Massie a target. He's been making him a household name at a time when Tom Massie should be the incumbent. Trump is also forcing Republicans to spend a ton of money. But I heard one strategist say, well, Gallrein has Trump, Massie has incumbency. These are two competing forces. We'll have to see which wins out. Trump's been kind of on a roll when it comes to his throwing his weight around in these primaries. So I think Tom Massie's against the wall tonight, but we'll see.
Look, this is the pettiest president in the history of presidency. Why are we even doing this? The reason we're doing this is because Donald Trump can't have a single person in his party disagree with him on anything. So you have somebody who is as red a Republican as could possibly be. He made one mistake. He says, I think the Epstein files should be taken seriously. And for that...
That is the reason, right?
That's it. That's literally...
People talk about the big, beautiful bill in the Iran war, but Trump had turned on him long before that. Epstein, it was Epstein.
And so this is literally, he is petty white, he is petty white, he is the most petty president in the history of presidencies to take this guy out over something like that.
Just the switch.
Yeah, he's also winning. I mean, he's on a roll. I think that's right. What SE said is right. I mean, he won in Indiana, he punished Cassidy, and now he wants to make the best example possible of Massie, flex his strength, show he's got total control over the Republican Party. And I think it's also just a sad day for America, because as we look at these primaries, so many of them are closed. 3.5 or so million independents are completely blocked out of this process. They have no vote. So this whole game is stacked toward Trump, because independents can't vote, people can't register late and
more
vote.
people identify as independents than Republicans or Democrats, honestly, right? So it's amazing. But Go ahead, Sen.
I mean, I just think when a lot of people ask themselves why hasn't Trump's declining poll numbers resulted in a loss of political power or a loss of hold on the Republican Party, it's because of nights like tonight. The closed primary system gives Donald Trump more power, and he, over the course of not just this term, but the term before, has successfully used that power to transform the Republican Party. We can talk about the recent examples. We can talk about the Republicans who voted against him in January 6th. Jeff Flake and all those have passed. He's done this consistently to rechange the party in his image. But it's not just Massey's opposition against Trump that's made this so expensive. I mean, the top House primaries that are most expensive ever are this one, Jamal Bowman in New York, Cori Bush in Missouri. Those are all people who spoke out against AIPAC funding. That's also a huge issue in this race, even beyond the question of Donald Trump. And so I think we should see this as an answer sometimes to people ask, is this a cult of personality, or is MAGA something that's based off of kind of America First ideals? Massey embodies those America First ideals, and that's not enough, because following Donald Trump in lockstep is the only litmus test that matters.
Well, Massey has said, obviously, he's been unafraid to take on Trump on these issues. So I'm not saying that he's trying to dodge taking on Trump. But you mentioned AIPAC, of course, American Israeli Super PAC. Israeli. And today, Massey said many people are smart enough to understand that this is Israel trying to buy an election. He said this on Fox News. Miriam Adelson has spent so much money on my election, they're going to have to scale down that ballroom that she was paying for, and she was born in Israel.
Yeah.
That's the rhetoric today from Massey.
This is an experiment that people like Massey and Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly, they're trying this out. And I think they each have their reasons. I think they're looking over at the left and seeing some of the division in the country over the issue of Gaza. I think it's much more prominent and fracturing on the left than it is on the right, but they're looking at that. I think some people like Tucker Carlson is trying to find a Trump alternative lane, because I think he's going to run for president. I think that's what that's all about. But they are trying out this new anti-Israel message that is definitely new for like movement conservatism, and it's definitely counter to what Trump is doing. I don't know that that will be as successful as it has been on the left for progressives. They found a real home and constituency for that anti-Israel message. They haven't found it yet on the right. That's what Tucker's project is. And I think Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, these sort of Trump apostates are looking to that particular place for an area that they could distinguish themselves.
All right, so let's, as I said, there's so many races going here. I want to make a breaking news here. We do have a projection to make in Kentucky, and we can now project that Andy Barr will win the Republican primary for the Senate in Kentucky. Now, this one's important because Trump had endorsed Andy Barr. This is Mitch McConnell's seat that he's retiring from. And again, Van, this is the Trump-supported candidate. We'll see what happens in Texas tonight, right, with that very late jump in against Cornyn for Paxton by Trump. But this is another victory for Trump here.
Yeah, and but Barr was particularly deft at keeping the McConnell people with him. That was the thing that I thought was interesting, that he can actually, he's a very good politician, because, and some people want to make it be kind of McConnell, the old, the establishment versus Trump. He split the baby and was able to pull it off. And so, yes, it's a big win for Trump, but also it's a win for Trump and somebody who also showed real respect, as much respect as you can, to McConnell in a state where McConnell's no longer popular.
And we've got, obviously, lots of results here in just a few moments. We're going to be going through what we're seeing coming in with numbers coming in Georgia and Pennsylvania, which are crucial races as well, Paul. But, the upshot of this, okay, Trump was successful over the weekend in getting rid of Senator Bill Cassidy. Okay, so he got rid of him. But,
but he might
here's
have just
the thing,
lost
Cassidy
two
didn't go
votes in
away
the
yet.
Senate
Right? He's
between
defeated,
now
but
and
he's still there. And we just found out that tonight he's changed his vote. And he voted with Democrats on the night of the Senate last year. So Trump's got a problem now.
Yeah.
And it is a problem that is a result of his own success.
He's got a big problem. The war in Iran is almost overwhelmingly unpopular, and it's continuing to drop. And I think that's what other folks are seeing, whether it's Massey or it's Marjorie Taylor Greene. They're recognizing that America is sick of foreign intervention, and they're sick of foreign wars, they're sick of foreign spending, and that spans from Israel all the way to Iran. That is a populist message now. Israel's popularity has fallen right alongside the Iran war, and that's become a problem for Trump. He went all in on Massey to the point where he sent the Secretary of Defense in there, right? Pete Hegseth was campaigning against
on
Massey.
the eve of the
Right?
vote.
And I just want to talk about how absolutely unacceptable, unprecedented, and overly political that is. That is a dangerous line to cross. Well, it shows how Trump is willing to go all in and blow apart every norm just to win and ensure loyalty, and that's what he's going to continue to do.
But you're saying that as a veteran? Is that what
I'm saying that as an American. I mean, you don't send your Secretary of Defense to campaign against your political enemies. Pete Hegseth should be fighting our foreign enemies. He should be worried about Iran, not Tom Massey. This is a weaponization of the entire Defense Department and the narrative nationally, which is absolutely out of bounds and very, very dangerous.
Right.
You know, something on kind of the Cassidy switching his vote. I mean, I think that in some ways we can explain the political incentives. We know that now frees him to kind of act on this kind of popular sentiment, but it's the exact type of thing that I think folks recognize that drives their sickness with politicians, right? Like, this is a electoral decision that was already, that I think for a lot of people just shows the fecklessness of a lot of these sort of leaders, that when Donald Trump can no longer hold it on to you, then you're kind of empowered to act on something. Then you're like there to act. So I'm saying in some ways, you know, I mean, kudos from maybe Cassidy for reflecting what we know is a true sentiment among Republicans. I think it's really a story about the cowardice of Congress largely and how gerrymandering has structurally built in their ability to not lead.
I think that's a really important point, and I think a lot of voters are going to see it that way. But also, just on the math, it is really fun to imagine a Cassidy or a Cornyn, who will also win or lose, be around for the year, deciding to really kind of mess with Trump for the year on things like the ballroom funding, more funding, judicial and cabinet appointments. I mean, you're right about the sort of, you know, the cravenness of it, but you know, F around and find out when you go after these
definitely breaking news.
But there's another massive open space too, which is underserved, which is the angry middle, right? The 45% of America that's unaffiliated and independent, millions that can't vote in these primaries, are fed up with all. The question is, does Massey leave the party? Does someone like Don Bacon leave the party? Does someone on the left like Jaron Golden leave the party? Because there is a huge middle that is longing for people to run against both parties and the broken primary system, which accelerates. I think 90% of congressional campaigns are over after the primary, 80% of Senate campaigns. So most of the state in Kentucky didn't even vote. And they have a new congressman potentially that they had no say in. That's broken. And tonight is really a glaring example of how broken our electoral system is.
And we'll see here as these numbers come in Kentucky, of course, also Georgia, Texas, and next our breaking news coverage of all of this continues here. I'm going to speak to the former Republican Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan of Georgia, because guess what? To your point, he's now running as a Democrat to be Georgia's next governor. So how's he feeling? We'll check the numbers on that race. Plus, Trump weighing in on the Texas Senate race, making that major endorsement. So is the upshot here helping Democrats? Because you know who's running there is James Tallarico. And we are getting more results out of Kentucky, where Thomas Massey is fighting, and he is fighting right now. These numbers are just coming in. Those early numbers, we'll see what happens here as we start to get some really big numbers coming in those suburbs in more full. We'll bring them to you next.
The Last Laugh, Stephen Colbert, now streaming on the CNN app.
What's the secret to peak health? Going micro with Noom. Micro habits, micro wins, even microdose GLP-1s.
I can lose up to 11 pounds in 30 days? Heck yeah!
Now starting at just $79.
Even the toughest cowboys get heartburn, but I don't fool around with silly acids. I ride with Rolaids Max Strength, 1,500 milligrams of acid-neutralizing power for serious relief.
Am I a cowboy now?
No. Rolaids spells relief.
Blubbering Cave with Liberty Bibberty.
It's bundle and save on insurance with Liberty
Lobster,
Mutual.
the
Okay, let's do another
easiest
take.
way
What do you
I
want me to say?
can,
The line. Say
which
the
is
line.
going to be to use two of the tails, I think, or three.
Okay, let's pick it up tomorrow.
Only pay for what you need.
And then, because I'm done. I'm not opening up the nut holes tonight.
Watch
We'll do that tomorrow.
Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off. Watch this. So you don't feel stuck on your weight loss journey. People taking Zepbound lost up to 48 pounds. That was a good, right?
We do have an anniversary dinner that
lost
we're
over
going to
58
get at.
Watch this. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take if allergic to it or if you or someone in your family had MTC or MEN2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control, taking Zepbound with sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems. Zepbound, coming soon through Medicare for $50 a month. Plus, there are other savings options, with insurance and without it. Zepbound, watch this.
This isn't for show.
What?
This is America. We open our doors, step out into our lawns. We do whatever the hell we want. We build, we burn, we party. A lot. We love, we learn. We cut it razor sharp. We keep it green. Because this isn't some royal palace. It's just soil, sweat.
Can I get good warrants, please?
Yes,
American yard.
I bought one. Two of them were on sale. I can't remember whether they were the whites or the reds.
When you have pain in places like your arms,
The fire scheme was on sale.
legs,
Yeah, and then there was a new Pinot Noir.
Yeah, I just looked at it.
Now that I'm older
It sounded,
myself,
I mean, I don't know. It was just a random
Yeah,
number.
no,
Revive has lidocaine to block nerve pain
You know,
signals.
there are
Revive also comes in a spray for
There's
hard to
a
reach areas. Getting older
great
happens, but letting with
variety
pain doesn't happen.
of
Find Revive like I did,
like
and get your freedom back.
mid-teens Pinot
Feel alive with
Noir
Right,
Revive.
and
from Willamette,
come from a lot.
France.
Yeah, you should go to Costco. It's unbelievable.
Want to dine with the world's happiest nation? Act like before June 9th.
Okay, let's rewind. A freak hailstorm hit, cracking this group's windshield and causing the night to take an unexpected turn. Inside, they were greeted by Edna's warm welcome, a blank stare, be cool guys, and a TV showing football that no one wanted to change, ever. So they pulled out the BetMGM app and put together a live parlay. But what would the fourth leg be? Bingo. New York. Soon the whole bar was pulling for that parlay. Make it a place you'll never forget. BetMGM Sportsbook. Make it legendary.
There's a reason Arctic natives just call cold plunges plunges.
It's a blanket.
Just like there's a reason Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
What our ancestors accomplished was nothing short of miraculous. But we don't talk about the hidden stories.
These histories together, they all made this country.
This Land premieres June 7th on CNN, and next day on the CNN app.
All right, more breaking news. Polls closing just a few moments ago in Georgia, and Georgia tonight is home to one of the biggest races in the country, and the race there could decide which party controls the
Did you
Senate.
put in a
Let's look at the first numbers early tonight. A
great.
crowded
We did.
field of Republicans, so it's been rather chaotic, but you can see they're all running for the right to challenge
Delicious.
John Ossoff, who's the
Oh,
most
it's
vulnerable
great.
Democratic senator on
Yeah.
the ballot.
You know,
Seat the Democrats must hold on to if they have any hopes of winning the Senate. The state's Republican governor, though, is popular, Governor Brian Kemp. He is seen as the party's best hope to flip the seat. He took a pass on running in the race. Now, there's as a result, it became chaotic. No clear front runner. The race expected to head to a runoff next month, which would give Ossoff even more free airtime to duke it out. So Arlette Saenz is out front in Atlanta here to begin our coverage at Derek Dooley's headquarters. And Arlette, the Senate really could come down to Georgia. So what we're seeing tonight is absolutely crucial for these midterms and the outcome there. Did Republicans, by having this crowded, chaotic field, hurt their chances at flipping Senate seat?
Well, Aaron, some Republicans are worrying that is actually the case here in Georgia with this fractured and drawn-out primary. The GOP strategists I've spoken to have become more worried that it could complicate their chances of flipping this state red in November. Now, Senator John Ossoff is the only Democratic senator up for re-election in the state won by President Donald Trump in 2024. Part of what makes him the most vulnerable Democratic senator in this year's midterm elections. But Republicans here have been unable to coalesce around a candidate, a field that includes Derek Dooley, a former football coach, and two U.S. congressmen, Buddy Carter and Mike Collins, who was leading the field heading into tonight. Now, just a month ago, over half of likely Republican primary voters here in the state were undecided, leaving a large swath of voters up for grabs. But while Republicans have been duking it out in this primary, Senator Ossoff has been in general election mode. He is one of the party's strongest fundraisers and has amassed a war chest of $32 million that he can deploy in that November election. This is really leaving Republicans playing catch-up heading into that matchup. Now, Georgia is part of the reason why Democrats are becoming more bullish about their potential to retake the Senate majority in November. But here in Georgia, Republicans won't be settling, or it's likely that Republicans won't be settling on their nominee tonight. The expectation is that this likely will head to a runoff if no candidate can secure more than 50% of the vote tonight, which means they would be extending this GOP brawl for another 4 weeks.
For a whole other month. Okay, all right. Arlette, thank you very much. And as promised, now I want to go out front to Jeff Duncan. He's running as a Democrat in the race for Georgia governor. Now, anyone watching this show will remember Duncan. He was obviously has been on CNN many times. He was the former Republican lieutenant governor under Governor Kemp. Duncan stood up to Trump's lies in the 2020 election was stolen. Now, Jeff, you are now running as a Democrat. So just people say, okay, look, lieutenant governor at that time, popular Republican administration, all of a sudden now a Democrat. How much does President Trump have to do with your decision to switch parties?
It's certainly part of it. I mean, the sitting president trying to steal an election as a statewide elected official like I was certainly is part of it. But I think it's the toxic, corrosive leadership style that's spread like an infection across all Republicans in all circles. It's really just been an unfortunate series of missteps by them. And I think as I travel around the state running for governor as a proud Democrat, folks are wanting to talk about issues that Donald Trump and other Republicans aren't talking about. The affordability crisis, the healthcare crisis, and yes, the Donald Trump crisis, which even Republicans agree is a crisis at this point.
So you're one of the main Democratic candidates for governor in Georgia. Obviously, it's a very crowded field. We've just got early numbers coming in. Obviously, Keisha Lance Bottoms is way ahead on these early numbers, 66%. You're on the board there. Trump has called you out as a failed former lieutenant governor. He's called you a total lightweight. He's called you a total loser, all of which is obviously consistent with words he uses to describe opponents or people who've challenged him. Has that helped you out at all in this race?
I don't think so.
Yeah, everywhere I go, I get, pats on the back, thanks for your courage to stand up to Donald Trump. And the reality is almost everybody that I meet would have done exactly the same thing. Most people don't wake up wanting to tell bold-faced lies about an election or try to steal an election or be willing to embrace conspiracy theories that make no sense. And so that's certainly been part of the story. But I think it's also about we all need to have more political courage in this tough moment. I mean, Donald Trump is the worst decision this country's ever made. And even Republicans are figuring that out firsthand. And so we've got to have honest umpires that show up and be able to call balls and strikes, right? Like in Georgia, expanding Medicaid is a must. Republicans have lost the narrative. I was on the other side of this argument for a number of years, and I was wrong. The same with affordability crisis. We can no longer demonize poverty. We've got to figure out ways and solutions to wrap our hands around folks that are in need of help. And the list goes on and on and on. Look, Donald Trump is not making a decision that helps a single Georgian, no matter what your political party is.
All right, Jeff, stay with me if you will. I'm here at our table with a lot of people that you know. And Esty, can I just start with you with
Hi. I'm good. How are you? There was no storm in West Augusta.
Yeah, it was north.
Bruce said it was Do you hear me?
What?
Oh, I was talking to Michael about the rain, blah, blah, blah. And how we had a couple of drops, but the tops are down.
Right. Yeah.
Thanks to my captain.
He knows, but he knows that that we're getting the flybridge curtains done.
No, I don't think he
So that's why we had the tarps done.
See you. All right. Back at you, Bobby. And you, Lulu, in the suite.
You're actually talking to the dogs now?
I love you. Who said you're actually talking to the dogs now?
Say hi for me.
Say hi for him. Oh, Bruce, he extended your greeting.
Great.
Bye, I love you. You heard him, Mike. I'm on it. Michael said Bobby responded, I love you, bye.
Of course he did. I speak dog.
He really did.
I know.
Okay. All right. Love you. Bye. Oh, that is funny.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Yeah, you do.
Quality gummies from Nature Made. The #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
You on guard today?
Oh,
nah. They just got Simply Safe. It protects the whole
Shatter,
ultra
shatter,
now.
Yeah, one more.
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Whoa,
the two are
that was impressive.
Get Simply Safe today with no long-term contracts or cancellation fees. Doctors recommend Colace Stool Softener for gentle, dependable relief from constipation. It's so gentle, doctors even recommend it during pregnancy and after surgery. Colace increases water in the stool, making it softer so it's easier to go. No harsh laxatives, cramping, or straining. Colace.
Summer is coming fast. Get your best body now with Sonobello. Just one visit is all it takes to permanently remove stubborn fat. I went from this to this in just one visit. Our micro laser technology transforms your body. My shirts were extra large. Now I'm wearing a bikini. Sonobello has over 50,000 5-star reviews and is America's #1 cosmetic surgery specialist. Call now for your personalized consultation. That's over a $250 value. Free. Call Sonobello today.
like about shopping, but here at Stop and Shop, we're going all out to improve what we can.
Thank you.
We've seen you doing finger math in the store, but no more of that. You deserve a better way to save.
Heck yeah, I do.
With over 10,000 items always on sale, it's time we actually loved grocery shopping. Justin, when was the last time you went on break? I'm on break right now. With so many ways to save, good things are in store. When I came to America, I was young and full of passion. I want to show you why I became American on purpose. Haggis tacos! Get your haggis tacos! If I go in, just leave. It makes a good picture if you go in with it. So you take a little bit of this, you take a little bit of that, boom, you get America.
This is the Declaration of Independence.
Can I touch it?
No, don't touch it.
Greg Ferguson, American on Purpose. May 30th on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
Breaking news, more results coming in from Kentucky, where all eyes are on the state's 4th congressional district, where we're monitoring the biggest race of the evening, which is Trump's fight to unseat fellow Republican Thomas Massie. So let's go to Jeff Zeleny because, as you know, he's out front at Massie's campaign headquarters. So, Jeff, obviously, we have real counting going on now. Possibility of a call here very soon. What is the mood there as these numbers are coming in? And Massie is right now trailing.
Well, Aaron, I can tell you the music is upbeat, and even the mood among supporters here is upbeat. But the reality is that word has not yet reached them about what the results are looking like so far, particularly here in the suburban counties of northern Kentucky, just outside Cincinnati. I was talking to a county official from a neighboring county, suburban county as well, who told me that he was surprised by the strength of Ed Gallrein. And there's no doubt that Thomas Massie is not leading anywhere in early returns here, and we are getting a good share of vote. But again, it is upbeat, the bar is open, the music is playing, so the supporters are still confident, but they are, quite frankly, just reminiscing and talking. The campaign knows what a predicament it is in. And they were hoping for a stronger performance in these suburban communities among younger voters, among this libertarian strain that has really been so long and strong here in Kentucky. There's no doubt this $32 billion campaign, an overwhelming campaign from President Trump and many of his allies is taking a toll on this congressman. Aaron?
All right, Jeff Zeleny, thank you very much. We're going to be going back to you in just a moment. I want to go to John King, though, at the Magic Wall. So, John, we're just looking at those numbers on the board as they're coming in. 49% of the vote now reporting, and Gallrein leads Massie 54-46.
Yeah, and so you're at that point, Aaron, right? So you see 10%, you say, everybody stay tuned. We got to go a long way. 20%, let's hang in a little bit. We're not done. We're at 49%, but it's how that 49% breaks out. Just you see the only two counties where the incumbent, Tom Massie, is leading are over here. I'm going to start there just because this is his home county, Lewis County. As I said earlier, before we didn't have any results here, Donald Trump got 87% of the vote in Thomas Massie's home county in 2024. We just got results in there, and he's getting 63% to 37%, and it's 85%. So the problem for Tom Massie is not a lot of people live here, number one, and he just got most of the math he's going to get out of it down there, number two. So you pull out to the bigger picture, and that's exactly what you have. You have now a little less than a 10-point race, 46, so it's an 8-point race if you round Congressman Massie up right there. But then it's just, you're looking at the Gallrein deeper red all over the place. And when we talked at the top of the hour, I said, here's where we need to look, the Cincinnati suburbs, the more populous areas of the district. And so you have Campbell County, we're up to 78%, and it's a 4-point race. Congressman Massie has closed it since the beginning here, but not enough, at least as of now. So you see, you move over here to Kenton County, Kenton County is only 23% of the vote, and so if you're saying, is there enough math out there somewhere, again, you get into, possibility and probability. Mathematical possibility, there are a lot of votes out here in a big populous suburban county in the district. We're only at 23%. Probability is when you look at everything else, is there some probability that this place is suddenly going to decide to vote very differently than this place, and 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 this place, right? So that, but if you're in a headquarters, it's the possibility. So I mentioned possibility, probability. Boone, I mentioned earlier. Again, you're up to 88%, and it's about 10 points here when you look at it. So in the places where most of the people live, here, and in the northeast Louisville suburbs down here, Massie has closed it from when the early results came in. This is only at 22%. Again, you're talking about possibility and probability. So 22% here in Oldham County, 52-48. small number of votes still. So if as Jeff was saying, you know, they're at the Massey headquarters, you're thinking it's not over, they're still out there, we're at 49%. Well, yes, but you see what's filling in on the map. So here and here, let's keep talking, Aaron, and you see if as you get from 22% in one, 23% the other, as you get to 30 and 40 and higher, Massey has to make up that math, and he has to make it up fast, or else your eyes simply don't lie.
Right. And when you talk about possibility versus probability, and obviously you look at right now with, say, 49% of the vote in, you know, what does it take to turn around? I mean, it has been Gallrein up from the very beginning in terms of the numbers we've gotten, right? It isn't as if it's been going back and forth or anything like that, but you get to a certain point where it becomes mathematically impossible. When you're looking at 49% of the vote in, how close are you to that?
Yeah, so I leave mathematically impossible to the very talented people who work on the CNN political desk, and I don't want them coming up here, you know, and telling me, you know, don't get too far out over your skis. But I also trust my experience and my instincts here as you go through it. And so now we just hit 60%, right? We just hit 60%, Aaron. So you're talking at 49%. Well, we just came up to 60%, and now you've got an 8-point race right now. Again, possible? Yes. Probable? The probability window is closing. As that number goes up, if that number doesn't start to shrink more substantially, you know, it's pretty simple. It's arithmetic, as I say. You know, politics is sometimes really complicated. On election nights, it's fairly simple. It's addition and subtraction. Who's got the most votes? So 52-48 with 78% in there. This is where we were before. See, that's where it was. That was at 23% last time we were here, right? And so now it's at 79%. And the challenger, Mr. Gallrein, is still ahead. It's been closed a little bit. But so that's where your issue is if you're Massey. The people live here, and they live here. You know, so that this one county is still below 25%. These other counties are now getting up there, Aaron. So, again, possibility, probability. Just look at the number. It is what it is.
All right. Thank you very much, John King. So let's just get that board up here, Asad, as we look through it, because it went from 49% of the vote reporting up to now 60. If we'll get that board here, we get a chance to an 8-point margin. So it's shrunk a little bit. But as John said, I mean, the math at some point becomes insurmountable, and obviously we're not at that point. We're not calling it, but you now have 60% of the vote in.
Yeah, it's difficult to see the path for Massey. I think that's what a lot of us thought coming into this race. But honestly, when John was talking, I was thinking about the asymmetry between the parties. You know, Democrats are talking so much about how to be a Big Tent, and there's ways that being a Big Tent will help them in the general election races and midterms in terms of representing the increasing amount of people who feel independent and such. But Donald Trump's goal is not to win the most races for Republicans. Donald Trump's goal is to reshape the Republican Party in his image and to make that party come to where he is rather than kind of meeting them where they are. And he has been so successful at that over the last 7 to 8 years. Increasingly, we see Democrats taking some of those tactics too, right? Embracing things like primaries, thinking about what are the ideologies that we actually think we don't want to be a Big Tent about. But Republicans are further along on that process. And during that first term of Trump, he so activated his base to say that anyone who is outside of this small group of people is the enemy. They took away from that term that he was stymied mostly by his own party. We're seeing the political impact of that play out over and over and now in the second term.
I guess in a sense, it's even if the base gets smaller, as long as he controls the base.
Right.
At 100%.
I have a different take. I think that it's much bigger than tonight. And we just spent an hour talking about Thomas Massey, a guy that maybe many Americans don't even know his name. Even if he loses tonight, he's not going anywhere. And he represents a mass of people in this country who don't want war in Iran, who want the Epstein files, who don't like tariffs and don't like Trump. That sounds like a pretty viable presidential candidate, especially if you run within the party against Trump or if you decide to declare your independence after this race tonight. I mean, this could be much more than a concession speech. This could be the relaunching of something else that speaks to a lot of people in America if Massey seizes that opportunity.
Look, I mean, for me, this is just a very unhealthy sign. The Republican Party used to be the party of rugged individualism. So you can be a rugged individualism. You can be a rugged individualist as long as you do exactly what Trump says and the way he wants it said. And so what does that even mean? So you literally can't have any diversity of thought. That's not a democratic ideal. So I think it's we can see where this thing is going. I think it's very unhealthy for the country.
All right, well, we'll take a pause here. We're going to be coming back as more of these results coming in. Getting more coming in from Kentucky, and Harry Anton is here to tell us something we don't know about Trump's power to oust
But I get a kiss for each one you eat.
Okay.
It's the only way I can keep track. So that means you already owe me at least one kiss.
Okay, my breakmaster. In 3, 2.
There wasn't an oyster fish out.
Oh, I see.
The last laugh.
I just implemented the oyster.
Now streams on the CNN app.
Your gut is like a garden, growing both good bacteria and bad. That balance is key to a healthy gut environment. Benefiber's plant-based prebiotic fiber gently nourishes the good bacteria, working with your body to help your gut and you flourish effortlessly every day. Grow what feels good with Benefiber. Thanks for coming in to talk about Doug Jr.
Of course. Third grade is when I learned Liberty Mutual could save you hundreds by customizing your car insurance.
Why don't you come sit with us?
Oh, little snug. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, liberty, liberty. Oyster fish.
Hi, I'm Monica Seles. As a former tennis champion, I know what it's like to be in the spotlight. But when I got diagnosed with generalized myasthenia gravis, I just wanted to be part of the crowd. I knew I needed help. That's when my doctor added Vyvgart. Treatment, my way. I only wish I started sooner.
Don't use if allergic to the ingredients. It can increase risk of infection and serious allergic or infusion-related reactions. Get help right away if you have rash, swelling of the face, lips, throat, or tongue, breathing problems, low blood pressure, or fainting. Tell your doctor if you have infection or fever, high blood pressure, chills or shivering, chest, stomach, or back pain, vaccinations, allergies, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections and headache.
Today, I'm a different kind of champion. One that's going to rally the G&G community to find their voice and ask their doctor about Vyvgart. Game on.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart.
I used to think all money managers were the same, but Fisher Investments is different.
How different are they really?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, and they reach out proactively.
They probably invest in a bunch of mutual funds like other money managers.
No, they build a tailored portfolio based on your personal goals, needs, and more.
Well, they probably have a complex fee structure.
No, Fisher has a transparent fee that's a percentage of your portfolio.
So we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Names going micro. Micro habits, micro wins, microdose GLP-1s.
I'm stuck! My rate won't budge.
Been there, but Noom can help.
Bye-bye, plateau!
Hello, micro! Get started at Noom.com.
Did you know millions of people play Royal Match every day? Come with me to find out why. Why do I play Royal Match? Because
So how was your hot dog?
I love beating levels and upgrading King Robert's castle. Look how cute that is. You should download it. It's fun.
I tried everything for my stubborn dandruff, and then I found Nizoral. It works differently to get to the root cause of dandruff. Its active ingredient is 10 times more effective at fighting fungus, the primary cause of dandruff. Say goodbye to stubborn dandruff with Nizoral. Now in refreshing peppermint and tea tree scent.
We handcraft every Stearns & Foster using the finest materials like indulgent memory foam and ultra-conforming inner springs for a beautiful mattress and indescribable comfort. Save up to $900 on select adjustable mattress sets at stearnsandfoster.com.
This little light of mine has been dark for quite some time. Then I let in the light to help see more of the light inside of me.
I needed more from my antidepressant, so my doctor added Caplyta, proven to provide greater relief from depression symptoms than an antidepressant alone. Building on my progress without starting over, weight gain and reported sexual side effects were not common.
Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved for dementia-related psychosis. Call your doctor about new or sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks. Report fever, confusion, stiff muscles, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Common side effects are sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, dry mouth, feeling tired, and diarrhea. These aren't all the side effects.
Ask your doctor about Caplyta.
Help see more of the light inside of me.
Captain. Okay, we're hearing jets overhead.
We've all seen Russian bots on social putting out spammy content.
One day you surprise her.
That what happens up here connects all of us.
Breaking news, we have a projection to make in Kentucky. CNN can now project that Ed Gallrein will win the Republican primary against Thomas Massie for the 4th Congressional District in Kentucky. That is a seismic political decision made by voters in Kentucky tonight. Let's go straight to Jeff Zeleny. He's at Thomas Massey's headquarters. And Jeff, a very, very clear and strong defeat for Thomas Massey. I mean, what is happening there? This is being called, obviously, quite early.
Aaron, it certainly is. I mean, the polls have been closed less than 2 hours, and just a few moments ago, people began filling into the room. Now word has reached the supporters of Thomas Massey that he has fallen short to Ed Gallrein,